policymaking. For this afternoon, we will delve into how we can fully harness the potential of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence to drive digital transformation and foster innovative legislation. The first segment will look into the synergy between human capabilities and technological advancements within the framework of Industry 5.0. By cultivating this collaboration, we can significantly improve our ability to create inclusive, targeted, and responsive reforms and development initiatives. This strategy is designed to effectively tackle the pressing policy challenges our country currently faces. This session will be handled by Mr. Mario Domingo, Global Chief Technology Officer at UBX, Director of Ateneo Institute for Digital Enterprises at the Graduate School of Business, and founder of Domingo AI Research Center. The second part will provide us with updates and initiatives from government agencies, including the Department of Information and Communications Technology, or DICT, focus on advancing the National Development Agenda through digital transformation and smarter policymaking. These efforts are designed to enhance efficiency, transparency, and responsiveness in government processes, ultimately contributing to more effective policy implementation. This will be discussed by Mr. Tirso Raymond Gutierrez, Chief of Staff, Office of the Undersecretary for E-Government, Department of Information and Communication Technology. So now, let's hear it from Dr. Domingo to discuss his presentation.
Thank you. I'm a PhD candidate. I'm not a doctor yet. Although hopefully by the first of the year we can, so don't call me doctor yet. So I'm here to talk about artificial intelligence and the ability for us to use artificial intelligence in policymaking. In fact, I wrote a paper on this for a global NGO that I can't say yet. But because it is something that's very pressing, and I'm very happy to be here to share what I can. So hopefully there is time for questions and answers later, because the substantive portion of what you want to learn about artificial intelligence, and specifically generative AI, probably is in the back of your minds and not so much in the slide deck that I will share. So I will share the deck with you. Hopefully you get something out of it. I'm easy to find. I'm in LinkedIn. So if you want to connect with me via LinkedIn and send messages and questions there, I'm okay too. Do I control, or you guys can? Next slide, please. Do you remember the time when you receive your newspaper in the morning and you will read it? And the majority of the news was prepared weeks ago or months ago in some kind of investigative journalism kind of way, entertainment, sports. And the most current news, the really new news, is in the headlines, breaking news, and the sports sections, because you need to find out what the scores was. I still remember finding scores on football in World Cup 2 days after the event because of the latency of the news on how fast. I know I'm an old man, but remember that. And then you go to work happily and joyfully ignorant of what's happening in the world. You didn't know that there was a magnitude 7 earthquake somewhere in Iceland. You didn't know that there was a hurricane category 5 in the Gulf of Mexico. And you wouldn't know until maybe next month, if you would know it at all. And then you come home blissfully ignorant, and you go to your TV patrol, and some kid crossed the street, got run over by a tricycle, and because that's the news that sells it, no? The news or the. Do you realize that today you get news in real time? And because you read news in real time, it has a profound impact to the way you act, the way you think. The speed by which information and data exchanging is sometimes overwhelming. Many of us try to unplug. You can unplug from the Matrix. I don't know if you follow those movies, but when you unplug in the Matrix, it's pretty dark. And you have to plug back in to understand what's going on. The speed of information. Oh, those old people, I would say, happy birthday, ate. I remember last time we went out, sana next week when I go home, da-da-da. So you send it, 4 days later, it arrives in the province, and then ate reads it just in time for the birthday, and say, oh, it's so nice. Thank you, Mario. I'm looking forward for you getting here. And then there was delay in the mail, and the round-trip exchange of that birthday greeting is probably 10 days. Today, it's instant noodles. I mean, instant messaging. Diba? Today, it's instant messaging. So the speed by which it's happening, what drives it? Is it the amount of information? No, the information has always been there. It's the computing technology. And you know what's something scary? Computing technology is advancing at 100 times faster than last year. And when this technology called quantum computing arrives, the AI can feel. And that's when things start to get tricky. Next slide, please. Today we'll explore how emerging technologies such as AI, big data, blockchain, and IoT are reshaping the landscape of policymaking. I am a consultant and I speak for Asian Development Bank, for the World Health Organization, for the U.S. Joint U.S. Military Alliance Group. So I do share some of these things. You need to have an adaptive framework. You, as an individual, needs to start adopting generative AI, because nothing will teach you better than to how to write the policy than for you to be a consumer of that technology. You cannot avoid it. Remember the movie Matrix? It's inevitable. All right, next slide, please. How do you govern something you don't know, diba? So you have to know. All right. Traditional policy making, and I'm not an expert, right? Processes relied on slower, more reactive models. Today requires you to be more proactive on what's it. Why is that? Why is the old traditional model reactive, and why is that okay? Remember what I was talking about at the beginning of the talk? Speed of time. The information was traveling a lot slower before, so we can afford to delay and be reactive for what works. Today, it's happening very fast. What if, imagine lang, huh? 15 years ago, a foreign actor decides to send illegal migrants to the Philippines and somehow buy fake passports and birth certificates, right? And somehow, over 15 years, they were able to build enough knowledge of the language and the community, and they ran for office. Sample lang, ah. Pretend lang. What if there were 1 million of them over the last 15 years? Why should I invade you? Why should I even think about your borders? What if the noise that you hear around some incursions in some weird remote island somewhere, I really shouldn't be talking about this, it's just a distraction to what's really going on? Yeah? It just highlights the fact that policy making is very critical in creating good governance and helping us prepare for that future. We will be wrong. We need to accept that we will make mistakes. It's okay in today's agile world to make mistakes. What's important is we can learn from those mistakes, and then we can bounce forward. Bouncing forward is a sign of resiliency, and that's what the country needs, right? Next slide, please. So AI will help you analyze trends, find patterns. When there's a lot of data, it will help you find patterns in seconds if you know how to do this very well. In my research laboratory, we can predict when your mammogram will turn into a stage 1 breast cancer in number of months or years. And we will pick which proteins will help you. I don't want to throw under the bus, but our medical community is not ready for that. Because why? They're afraid they will lose their jobs. And so policy making is very important to protect them, right? Governance is important to protect them from disruption like AI. I can do liver detection with far more accuracy than the standard liver cancer detection strategies. I don't want to use it in weapons of mass destruction. I'd rather use it in healthcare. But these are the benefits of what AI can do. But AI can be used to create a content of a video of Taylor Swift endorsing presidential candidate Donald Trump. It can be done for bad. It's being used for bad. In the last 2 elections, AI was used to generate false information and fake news, and it was used to analyze voter data in Facebook and TikTok to try to influence how people think. Next slide, please. Big data is, I don't have to explain it now. You know it. If it's big, why is it big? Excel cannot handle it. It's too big for Excel. The other thing about big data, it includes images, and you want to find the relationship between the video or image and the words. So if you want to relate text with video, images, sound, that's big data. Next. Blockchain. Blockchain is a technology that is an immutable ledger, that when you write in one ledger, it will automatically write in 1 million ledgers, and no one can change it. It is the most powerful tool for transparency. Many governments are afraid of blockchain because it creates transparency that is immutable. Next. Internet of Things are basically sensors. Any sensor that detects vibration, or maybe it detects temperature, pressure, maybe rainfall, humidity, maybe it's a CCTV, and it is connected. These things are connected. They form a network. And because they form a network, they can cooperate and collaborate together, these machines, to create smart cities. I'm looking at the traffic. I have a green light in this corner. I will turn this green the next corner because the cars are surging towards the next corner. And now, because these cars are surging into the next corner, I'll give him a green ahead of his schedule. No more timing based. But we don't like that. We will run out of jobs for traffic enforcers that create traffic. Oh, sorry, I was just kidding. All right, next. So policymakers must embrace. Do not stop AI, huh? You become the pioneers. You become the trendsetters. You become the forefront for artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is like a tsunami. You don't see it. Maybe it's coming. Maybe you feel it. But there's more coming, and something big is about to happen. I'm not scaring you, right? I'm a technologist. So when I say this, I see opportunity. I see good things, right? But just like anything, when we discovered fire, you can look at it as, ouch, burns my hand, or, I can cook my egg, right? Next slide, please. Emerging technologies present a unique opportunity for policymakers to create more effective, inclusive policies. I'll tell you what generative AI does. If you create, how many people use ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini? Raise your hand. Hires, I can see. We very good, very good. How many people uses it training with your own data? Training it with your own data. Ayan, okay. So good. So I'll tell you what you do. First of all, you have to be careful because you can attach a PDF file or an image into ChatGPT. I'll use ChatGPT. I use them all. Attach it to ChatGPT and then you create a prompt. As a policymaker for Senator Mario Domingo who advocates for technology, what policy should I write regarding the use of ChatGPT for homework? Diba? Homework has forever, ChatGPT and generative AI has changed homework forever. Diba? So the teachers, they can't give you right and wrong, multiple choice answers. Nah, no more na. Why? Oh, generative AI will get it 100%. You have to find a new way of teaching your students. You know how that is. Oral examinations. Back to the fast. because, oh, sige, write you an essay, or ChatGPT. Oh, right? It forever changed. I come from Ateneo Graduate School of Business. I have to think of creative ways to give assessments because if I don't, I know they'll use ChatGPT and I welcome them. Go ahead, use it. But I can detect it. I know how to tell, right? So what was I talking about? Yeah. So if you attach documents, make sure they're okay because they will go into the internet. Make sure that the documents you're attaching to create your document or the answer to your question is not documents that is confidential or is private. Because the moment you attach it, it goes to the world. It goes to OpenAI. That's why, was it Wall Street Journal sued them saying, OpenAI, all our articles, all our words belong to us. You are in infringement of copyrights. Therefore, you cannot use us. Because that's all they can own. All they own, Wall Street Journal, is what they know and what they wrote. Right? It's not free. So what's the problem with Gen AI? First of all, is left-leaning, progressive, liberal. Because who's in the internet? Diba? Progressives. Conservatives are not in the internet. What's the other thing? In the internet is a lot of bad stuff. So when you ask it a question, just like your husbands, don't believe it. Okay? Try to vet the information. Triangulate it. Ask for reference. Ask for answers coming from scholarly sources. Ask for a reference so that you can get answers that are good. But better yet, get budget and then have a private instance of ChatGPT. ChatGPT's language model will still be used in English or Tagalog or Bisaya. And then all the document you used to train it to give you answers will stay only in your instance. Grabe. Too much detail ba? Okay, let's move on. I was just explaining the opportunity. So now, policy writing, white paper writing, opinion, situation reporting. You know how long? 20 to 30 minutes. Oh, 20 to 30 minutes. ADB asked me, Mario, can you give me a white paper opinion on the state of AI for the use of deep fakes for political purposes? I sent it back in 1 hour. Why so fast? I said, I use ChatGPT. But doesn't read like ChatGPT. It reads like my voice. You know, ChatGPT is like your intern assistant who started the paper. That's what it does. Except it knows more than your intern. Sorry, interns. Okay, next. There, that's my last slide. Oh, good, I didn't give you too much information. Embrace artificial intelligence. I think it could be very powerful for policymaking. It's very easy for research. My God, the value of it in research, you guys already know. Instead of going to Google Scholar, you can just use an app inside ChatGPT called GPT Scholar or Scholar GPT, where the only places it searches are academic institutions and peer-reviewed publications, so that if you need references that are solid, it's there. But there's many other tricks on how you could work off Gen AI. That's it for me. Thank you.
Some questions on your mind right now, but for the meantime, just hold on those questions. And now let's listen to COS Gutierrez discussion. Sir?
Side in terms of the digital transformation journey that we're getting into the last 2 years. So again, I'm Mon Gutierrez. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Undersecretary for E-Government at the Department of Information and Communications Technology. So maybe I'd like to share with you within the next 20 minutes or so, what exactly we're doing in government as far as the many possible applications of AI and what it can actually do, and provide us in the long term, which is basically to improve government public service. So essentially, if we take a look at the digital map of the country, can we go back to that? Oh, let's, next slide, please. So just to start off, I'd like to share with you the entire digital map of the country, and which exactly falls under the DICT purview. But let's focus on, because there's so many, we're basically mandated to tackle, monitor, and help execute all the ICT programs in government. But allow me to lead you and focus on the 22 major departments. That's basically what we're doing right now, but we're also very much in charge of the local government transformation. So much as we would like to tackle everything, we're trying to be selective in a way, because there's just so many. And in fact, as I speak, we only have basically less than 4 years left. So at the 22 major departments themselves, we have already something like 400 plus bureaus, different bureaus. And the task really is, how do we make the entire country digitize in a way that is not siloed? So that's the most critical question that we are trying to address. Because fairly enough, we've built so many ICT programs and platforms in government. So to be fair, for the last 20 years, we've seen a lot of ICT programs, and they're very good. But the only problem is, at the end of the day, they don't address the basic issue of public governance and public service. So there you are. Every major single government institution is proud to say that they've built something to automate their processes. But the thing is, if you ask the ordinary Juan de la Cruz, so what's in it for you? Up to now, no one can proudly say that such digitization has come to a grander scale, meaning it has already reached the point of its like it's very efficient, and that every Filipino citizen would be able to say and proudly say that, hey, in our country, we're very much digitized. So the moment you come in and engage one agency, you're automatically, in effect, engaging the entire government system. But that is not happening right now. So you have Juan De La Cruz, who after graduating from college will have to go to what? Knock on the door of our police department for the police clearance, knock on the door on the NBI for the NBI clearance, then have to queue to SSS, BIR, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig. And if you're a government employee, you've got to get a membership with GSIS as well. So all of this would take a lot of time. And individually, they've built so many ICT programs. But the problem is, they're not connected. They're not talking to each other. So even if you've done your police clearance, you still have to go to NBI, and NBI would ask you to submit your police clearance. When in fact, today, what we can do is that NBI clearance already can see what exactly you have done as far as your police clearance is concerned. The same thing with BIR. If, let's say, a fresh grad would go to SSS or PhilHealth eventually, by the mere fact that you have already registered yourself with BIR, then this SSS, PhilHealth, Pag-ibig, and all the rest of the agencies would have already your data. But, of course, that is not to say that we are not going to protect the data privacy law. There is a data sovereignty feature that we have launched as well in the government digitalization program. So let me proceed. Next slide, please. So we're just taking the cue from what the president has mandated us. We are very fortunate that in this administration, in fairness, we have seen so much support for digitalization. And in fact, personally, the reason why I joined government, coming from the private sector, coming from the banking sector at that, we believe that this digital transformation is going to bring us what exactly good governance is all about. So short of saying, if we have e-governance, we will have good governance. So next slide, please. So what really drives all of this digital transformation and AI and smart cities and what have you? We're basically looking at what is happening in government service. And just like what I mentioned, if you take a look at this slide, these are very common challenges, very common. I mean, any one of you may have already experienced this several times at that. So you have a lot of these excessive forms and manual processes in all of government agencies. You have to repeat what you have already done with the previous one. You will be asked again. The moment you go to another agency, you will be asked again to fill out another information sheet. Of course, because of that, there's so much red tape in all of these government agencies. And coupled by the fact that we have a lot of legacy in siloed systems. And so there's so much complication and time-consuming activities now happening in this country as far as the delivery of good governance. And of course, all of these old processes converge to make lives difficult, very challenging for the ordinary Juan De La Cruz. So we begin with this pain point, and this is very dramatic. This is the driving force in the innovation aspect of the government. Next slide, please. So where do we stand? The last time we were measured in terms of e-government development index prior to this administration was in 2022. And we ranked 89th out of 193 countries. So if you take a look at that slide, okay, to your, well, you'd notice there's a black bar there, or black line. That's basically the average, the world average. Okay? And the dotted line, we're somewhere a bit surpassing the world average. So short of saying, well, to be specific, if the world average is around 60%, 0.6 could be translated into 60%. If you convert it into a classroom grade, so to speak, what we have is around 65%. And we're just barely passing if the world standard is 60%. Okay, so, and you look at the neighboring, I mean, the world leaders, you take a look at of course, you have Denmark as the world leader, and in the Asia Pacific, you have South Korea, and then in our own backyard, we have Singapore. But they are all way ahead of us. No? And recently, the last 2 years, no, since we're not fully attributing, this improvement that we're showing here, no, but we're happy to note that we've improved a bit. No? We're now 73 out of, again, 193 countries. But the real goal really is, by the end of this administration, we're hoping to land in the top 25. Believe it or not, that's the aspirations. Of course, it's the aspirations. But we are not going to be able to do this without the help of all our partners in government. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, can we skip that? Next slide. I only have roughly less than 10 minutes. So basically, we're anchoring our government strategies on 5 major anchors. No? So I'd like just for you to focus on number 1 and 2, and maybe a bit on 4 and 5. So maybe the first 3. We're doing a lot of platforms. That's number 1. We're doing a lot of e-platforms. Have you, I'm sure any of you here who has traveled the last 6 months would have already experienced the e-travel, right? Okay, so you have that. That's the very first that we launched when we started e-government in this government. No? I think we launched that in December of 2022. And it has evolved. It has iterated, I think, for 12 times already. So it keeps on evolving. And we're still not very happy because it has not reached, its full potential. So we're building a lot of platforms. And right now, as we speak, there are already 25 different electronic platforms that we're readying. Out of 25, I think 17 or 18 are already live. And of course, if you take a look at the number, again, based on the digital map, so it's not enough. So we have to continue doing this. No? But again, we have to be selective. We're looking at agencies who are very much willing to work with us. But fortunately, almost all of them right now are willing to work with us. Unlike before when we were starting, we had to really, literally beg for their attention. But now it's a different scenario. I mean, we're very happy for this development. I think they've seen the importance of digital transformation. Then we have second, that's all the existing government agencies' ICT program. So we're also there trying to enhance what they already have. Because as I've said, they've already built their systems. So we don't want to totally change everything. No? If this could still be helped by applying an API just to be able to make ICTs, platforms talk to each other, which is an application programming interface. It's the connector between a platform and another platform, which is what we are looking. And that's the reason why we don't have interoperability in this government. But finally, we have this, no? And that's why all of the government systems, existing systems that we have right now, will finally be connected and interoperable. And that's the beauty of this digital transformation. And that's basically what will bring us to the top 25, hopefully when we end in 2028. So the third one is the local government unit. So again, this is very massive. There are 1,700 LGUs in the country, believe it or not. All of them have to be, as mandated by the President, all of them have to be connected to the digital platform, which, by the way, is the eGov.ph app. Any one of you here who has already downloaded the eGov.ph app? Can I have a raise of hands? Okay, very good. It's improving because 2 years ago or a year ago, when I would always ask that question, I can count, those hands with just, with my hands. At most there could be 10 or even a dozen in the room filled with 500 delegates. But this is good, no? It's improving. And what you have, actually, by the way, before I forget, if you have already downloaded the eGov.ph app, the very first thing that should amaze you is that the digital version of your national ID is already there. It should be there. We've already generated something like 87 million digital versions of your national ID. Well, I have staff here who would move around and help you later on if you are experiencing trouble in trying to access your digital national ID. But it's there. We've launched this with the help of course, the Philippine Statistics Authority, which is the one mandated to really do this. But recently, the Office of the President asked us to help the PSA in producing the digital version. Now, that is the very foundation of all of these programs, by the way. That is basically what would allow you to be able to engage all of these government agencies eventually, because that's the basic. You have to be validated in order for you to make use of all of these agencies. So the very first thing that would happen when you download the eGov.ph app is that you will be automatically verified by the system. And we've also launched the E-Verify, the very first electronic platform that would allow even the banking industry to verify whatever types of IDs that will be submitted. And they're very happy. We've already gathered them, and I think there are about 5 major banks who are already part of the system. They have been onboarded with the help of the PSA, of course, because this is also in conjunction with the Philippine Statistics Authority. Okay, so, and then the fourth one, I just came from another meeting, another agency, of course, seeking our help in terms of cloud hosting. Because the thing is, there's so many agencies trying to find ways how to make use of the cloud system, but the problem is they don't have the capacity to really make the most out of it. So now we are telling them you don't have to procure this. So these are resulting into to so much savings for the national government. Instead of you procuring your own hosting facilities, platform, we will be happy to host you at the ICT. And then number 5, a most significant change that has happened also in the way we manage ICT programs in the country. Before, ICT programs are immediately approved. They can easily be immediately approved by the Department of Budget and Management. Now, what changed dramatically is that before they go to the DBM, we are able to see them and make a recommendation first to the DBM, which is, assuring all government entities and even the public that there is rationalization already being done. And this would not just allow savings to the government, but make sure that at the end of the day, because the questions, the primary question there would be, what in effect are you going to do to make yourself interoperable with all the other agencies? If they're not able to answer that, and they're asking us so many procurements for us to approve it, then we challenge it. So now it's like a thesis defense. They will have to really defend why they're doing this. So that's how we want to move forward in terms of all these digital transformation and AI application. In terms of AI, when you download the eGov.ph app, it has already a lot of AI features in there. First and foremost, the national ID is using that by way of biometrics and facial recognition and all this data integration that you have already with the government. That is one AI application there. Because of the fraud, possible fraud that could happen, we're also employing another kind of AI that makes sure that there is enough database verification for any image or any text that could be presented to both the national government and the private sector. I'm afraid I have to wrap it up, although I still have 1,000 slides here. forgive me for this, no, but I think I have to wrap up. But essentially, this is what we are bringing to the government right now, and we're very happy to do this, even if we're really very tired, no, coming from the private sector. But this is essentially what's going to change government and bring governance, good governance at that. So on that note, thank you very much. I'll be willing to answer your questions. Thank you.
We are now opening the floor for questions. Again, the same as earlier, we encourage you to take this opportunity to raise your questions directly to our speakers. Just raise your hand and wait to be acknowledged. And once acknowledged, please state your name and institution. You may also send in your questions via the QR code found in the conference primer. So, anyone who would like to ask their questions? Anyone from the floor? Okay, so I guess our participants are still thinking of their questions. So for now, let me ask the first question. For Mr. Domingo, digital transformation also needs an enabling environment, complete with supportive institutions and physical infrastructure. In your view, what are the key strengths we already have in place to support this transformation, and which areas still need significant improvement to create that conducive environment?
That's a very good question, right? So, enablers of transformation. In fact, my dissertation for PhD coming up must be driven from the top. Make no mistake, the grassroots will make it happen. They will make, but it can't come from the bottom. Otherwise, you will have silos. So what you need to do is it has to be driven by a visionary leader. And when I say the visionary leader, the leader cannot be just visionary. There has to be a way for that leader to translate his vision into something that might happen. Otherwise, he sounds delusional, you know what I'm saying? So he's asking of things that is not even technically feasible, because digital transformation at the core is technology. The wrong thing to do is to have a technologist to lead it. The CTO, the CIO cannot lead transformation. You cannot delegate digital transformation. It has to be driven from the top. You mobilize the middle leadership, get everybody on the same page into a massive, difficult, painful change initiative. Because you see, everyone wants change, right? Just don't include me, right? Make him change. Make her change. But don't make me change, right? And so, has to be driven from the top. For sure, it will be delivered by the grassroots, and it has to be heavily supported by middle leadership.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Domingo. COS Gutierrez, do you have anything to add on that?
Oh, yeah, of course. When we started, because of course, well, this is one of the forums I'm invited, but in the past I would always emphasize what exactly is digital transformation, because I'm always asked, ano ba yan? Ano ba lasa niyan? Okay? Basically, well, we would always, it's a misnomer to really think that digital transformation only exists because of your ability, your capacity to acquire hardware and software. So as Dr. Mario said, no, you cannot ask a CTO or anyone, much less a CIO, to lead a digital transformation. It's got to be coming from the top in terms of the leadership, because it requires so much culture change. When I was a part of the banking industry, believe it or not, it took us 5 years minimum before we were able to really see the transformation. And we thought at first, hey, we got to start replacing our core systems. We did that, of course, but nothing really happened. Still, our tellers are not speaking the language we wanted to have, we wanted to hear, no? Still, our customers are complaining about what's happening. So it took us, in fact, more than 5 years before we finally realized oh, ayan na. That's the digital transformation we wanted. The kind of customer service that is now reflective of the technology. Because the technology is now has the capacity, now it follows the people will engage that technology and make use of that. And you know, take advantage of that, bringing it to the customers. That should be the end result of a digital transformation. Knowing the capacity of how it can transform a culture, how it can transform the delivery of service. If you're an organization, whatever, that's basically what we're looking at. That's the end result. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Another question. The DICT e-government pillars are comprehensive but also ambitious. How can the Philippine government ensure that vulnerable communities are not left behind in the digital transformation process?
Okay, yeah, thank you for that question. That's a very good question as well. Of course, we know fully well that, of course, there's so many challenges. Our unit is only in charge of e-governance, no? But of course, there's a major challenge in terms of infrastructure in ICT. So that's, of course, a long-standing problem, no? That's challenging the government. But that is not to say that we are not addressing that. So that's also something that we want to make sure, if we're running at 120 kilometers per hour, of course, we want our partner in infrastructure to also run the same pace. In fact, faster than what we're doing. So yes, of course, there are so many remote areas, no, in the country, geographically remote and challenged, no? And there is a program that we have started there, no? And it goes without saying, it should be at par, no? Or even if we have to put it in numbers, like if we are running at 10% capacity right now, then by all means, we should at least be 60% before this government ends, no? At the very least, no? So it's still a very big improvement, no? Compared to what we have been, you know, suffering from the last 2 decades. But of course, it will evolve, no? It will evolve, and we're hoping that more advanced technologies could, you know, finally give us more leeway and allow us some sort of a shortcut in terms of the period required, no? Before we fully reach the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, do you have anything to say?
No, he's got it.
Okay. So, questions from the floor. The lady, Ma'am Josephine.
Good afternoon. This is for soon-to-be Dr. Domingo. I would like to ask you, sir, how someone who's into ChatGPT could do some work that is not that could not be detected as ChatGPT work, because I can name probably 3, 4, 5 senators who deliver their speeches, and I can detect that they are a source from ChatGPT. This is not their fault, of course, pero sa mga ano nila, yung speech writers. Kailangan din kasi na medyo wag natin ipahiya yung mga principal siguro natin kasi kami sanay kami mag-detect eh. So how do you do that, sir, without sounding like ChatGPT?
What a good question. So first of all, ChatGPT will begin the paragraph. The first few sentences will summarize the question you asked. So whatever it is that you ask, if you're asking it about what you know, how should I'm writing a speech to the Senate about West Philippine Sea and maritime awareness. The way ChatGPT will use maritime awareness is critical for a sovereign country like the Philippines. It will always have a Miss Universe like, and then followed by moreover. So whenever you see moreover, ChatGPT yan. In conclusion, ChatGPT yan. You use ChatGPT to give you an advanced outline of your talk. And then you have to convert it into your voice. I trained my chat GPT to sound like me. So I can do exactly that. But if you just take it raw from chat GPT, it will sound like chat GPT. Very good that you can, so chat GPT or Gen AI shame them. You naman, you didn't even go over the talk and revise it. The way to do it is use it as a draft. Don't make it your speech. You saved hours na by doing that. Don't be lazy, right? Wait, I'm not being judgmental, am I? Sorry. Okay, let's.
Okay, maybe I can take one more question from the floor. Yes, ma'am?
Good afternoon. I'm Jingle from the Senate of the Philippines. You mentioned earlier the importance of leaders to create change. From your point of view, can you possibly recommend to us who among should be leading and winning these coming elections to lead us to the change that you mentioned earlier? Both of you, maybe.
Sorry, wrong number.
Because we really need IT champions.
Sorry, I didn't get the question. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's very hard to answer. But yeah, unfortunately, we're not seeing anything, no, any noise coming from the candidates insofar as digital transformation, application of technology, and the thing is, the world is moving so fast. By the time we'd probably be awakened, Cambodia and Laos maybe would have overtaken us in terms of this realm. Again, di ba? Sad. And Vietnam has just overtaken us in terms of the GDP growth, in terms of the GDP level that we're getting. No? We don't want another country to overtake us again. So please, we have to have leaders that would really embrace the kind of digital transformation we need in this country. I can only pray.
We're looking for someone that is concerned about the welfare of the nation, because technology is just a little tiny bit of what's needed. We need someone who is someone we can be proud of to represent the country in our global alliances that are most needed now more than ever. So Vice Ganda.
Okay, so maybe I can take one more question from the floor before I read the questions online. Ma'am?
Hi, good afternoon. So my question is, if we are to draft a legislation on promoting and regulating AI in the government services and policy making, what are the things that you think we should consider, that we should regulate, we should include or consider?
A strong cyber intelligence unit that will hunt down the bad actors. You want to protect the rights of free speech, but you wanna make sure that you persecute those who are malicious actors, criminals, fraudsters, deepfakes. So I'm not you. You guys are the experts. I'm making an opinion. Is all I'm doing. Is I will put a strong cyber intelligence team, and the cyber intelligence team, it's a police action. It's not a military thing, and the job is to make sure that we go after. You will find that a lot of the malicious actors are 17-year-old kids that are whiz kids, super good at computer science, and just lack the opportunity to get a good job. So they're bored. So they'll just hack the Central Bank of the Philippines. Why not? You know what I'm saying? But we have to be careful also about the punitive action we do for these kids. Maybe we should hire them and put them into the right path instead, right? So I think it's very important that we're very cautious about how we legislate. We're not a communist country. That's easier. It's easier to govern AI if we were a communist country. It's 100,000 harder because we're a democracy. And we should protect the rights of free speech, right? But at the same time, slippery slope, diba? Rights of free speech, very slippery. But we need a good cyber intelligence and counter actions against malicious actors.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will now going to read some questions from the online Google form. So this question is from Attorney Sonny from the House of Representatives, and this question is addressed to both of you. So in the absence of a legal framework in the Philippines, what measures can be implemented to ensure that the development and use of AI is ethical and responsible?
Okay, we're evolving, no? Pretty much what we're doing right now is just foundational. But more importantly, of course, the legal aspects, no? The operational, the ethical, all of these are now being intertwined and woven. And of course, with the help of the the Development Academy of the Philippines, we are hoping, together with the Civil Service Commission and Data Privacy Commission and all of these important agencies in the country, we're coming out with a unified approach on AI and all these transformational technologies that we are adopting to guide the country and come up with a really robust and solid guidelines moving ahead. And even as we develop a lot of these, in fact, we're actually doing also something with the Department of Finance as far as the eGovPay, which is another facet of the eGovPH app, which I failed to mention. No? So essentially, for example, that one is requiring a lot of regulatories, IRRs, so to speak. So we're pretty much working hand in hand with the Bureau of Treasury, the Department of Finance. They're going to set the policies. We're just bringing in the technology. So short of saying, please don't get worried that all of these transformational technologies that we are going to adopt will be fully backed up by a lot of these IRRs and regulatory foundations. Thank you.
On my part, I suggest first we have to make sure privacy. So you can't use my picture, right? We can't use your picture. You can't use anybody's picture. You can't do that if you notice. You can't do that in any of the platforms. So internally, we have to make that a rule, a law, that you can't use. So data privacy applies, right? Sovereign data applies. We have to be careful what kind of data we can allow usage. A good peg would be, do you remember how you began legislation and regulations for media? Right? So think of movies, think of news. What is not allowed? Diba? So there will be areas where you will disallow the use of AI. For example, weapons development. You don't want liberal use of AI internally for you want to make it illegal for any private party to use AI for the development of weapons, right? Especially weapons of mass destruction. Before, I still remember in 2015, I can go to the dark web and ask them how to build a dirty nuclear bomb. And you can get the ingredients you need, and it's like recipe to adobo, you can build one. You can't allow that, right? So there are certain sectors like pornography, right, that you can't use AI for. Although I'm hearing that this is a very popular trend nowadays. I don't know. I don't know about these things. I just hear. But that's the regulatory framework is not completely brand new. You start with ensuring privacy, ensuring protection of sovereign data, and then followed by look at how you regulated media.
Okay, thank you. So we have a question from our Facebook Live viewer. What is the position of the ICT regarding creating a national policy on the use of AI?
Well, it's a must, no? That's something that we have to develop as a progressive country towards adopting digital transformation. So I think, well, in no time at all, we should be able to come up with one.
Okay. And then maybe some last message from the both of you. What do you think should be the initial steps that need to be undertaken for government agencies to contribute and altogether drive digital transformation?
So allow me to go first. I'm very specific. I think there should be centers. Like my AI lab, I set it up in 2016. It was for cancer research. I think there should be many AI-themed centers. And maybe it's for education, maybe it's for government, maybe it's for policy making. And when I say centers like labs, we have to set aside budget for it. It's capacity building. Uy, very DAP. It's capacity building because this is something that the Philippines have the ability to catch up with. Because what's in great shortage in the world today are AI engineers. And so AI engineer is not deep science, because the deep science of artificial intelligence computing has been solved by the likes of NVIDIA and all of those other graphic processing unit manufacturers. So I think if we have centers and laboratories, small size lang, so that the common person can participate, the common employee can participate in these hackathons, then I think it will propagate the use a lot more.
Okay, thank you. COS Gutierrez?
Yeah, just to add, the government, the DICT in particular, is actually actively doing a lot of MOU signings, basically to make sure that the private sector, in fact, specifically the academe, is part of this in terms of policy making and all regulatory frameworks that we would want to set up for AI and data privacy protection. So we are about to do that, and as Dr. Mario said, we are interested, in fact, in setting up laboratories with the leading universities we have in the country, and that's where we're heading. We're starting to sit down with them, and I think there are a couple of initiatives already that were launched just recently. Yeah.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
So that's wrap up our Q&A for this session. I know that this is not the end of the discussion about digital transformation, and I know that these exchanges of ideas and discussions are really what makes this type of event more rewarding. So we're looking forward to other venue where we can explore digital transformation. So once again, let's all give Mr. Domingo and Mr. Gutierrez a warm round of applause. At this point, we're now moving on to our next part of the program. May I ask Dr. Lagmay, Dr. Marcevive, Attorney Bilog, Attorney Escalon to come up on stage for the next part of the program. Just as how it is titled, our speakers will try to enlighten us with concise and striking talks about how their sectors are using technology to address policy gaps and development issues. Now, let me turn over the floor to Ms. Janice Montañez, Director of the DEP Local Governance and Development Office, for the lightning talks, Bridging the Gap Between Technology and Public Policy.
Thank you, Krisha. To add to what was Krisha shared, these lightning talks will give us the opportunity to hear from various institutions from the public and private sectors about how they leverage technology to provide insights and solutions to address policy issues and challenges. So allow me to introduce our speakers for this session. First, we have Dr. Alisher Marzibay, the Senior Scientist for Policy Analysis and Climate Change of the International Rice Research Institute. Good afternoon, sir. Attorney Gio Bilog, Co-founder, Chief Legal and Partnerships Officer of Anycase.ai. Attorney Princess Ascalon, Government and Regulatory Affairs Executive of the IBM Philippines. And joining us shortly, we also have the Executive Director of the UP Resilience Institute, Dr. Alfredo Mahar Francisco Lagmay. So let me just quickly discuss what the structure of this session will be. So we will begin with a short presentation of each of our speakers, followed by an open forum. So you may reserve your questions later once we're done with all the presentations. Okay, so let me call on our first speaker, since we only have an hour to do this. Let me call on Dr. Morzebay to present to us what the International Rice Institute has done, particularly.
Light data. But before that, in the next slide, let me give you a brief information about International Rice Research Institute. We can go to the next slide. So IRI is established in 1960, so 65 years ago, with headquarters in Los Baños in the Philippines. It's an international organization with global mission to reduce poverty and hunger, improve health and welfare of rice farmers, contribute to environmental sustainability, and do it in an inclusive way, promoting gender, youth, and social equity. So in the next slide, we see the countries where IRI is present. IRI has a global presence, so in more than 15 countries. We can go to the next slide. So about 1,000 staff from several dozens countries, almost half of them women. And IRI's portfolio of activities spans all that is related to rice, from soil science, of course, from breeding and germplasm, to water management, agricultural practices, but also socioeconomic and policy aspects of the rice sector. Because we have a lightning session, I will just focus on some of these examples that are most relevant to our discussions today. Next one. So this will focus primarily on mapping rice using satellite data. So we are using this remotely sensing, crop modeling, and smartphone-based surveys to generate information about rice, basically on three aspects. One, where rice is grown, when rice is planted, and how much rice is produced. So these are the essential questions. Because, for example, if we know when rice is planted, then of course we can plan about when will be the harvest, when will be the rice harvest coming in. Will we have enough production there to meet consumption at that point, or do we need to import? So these kind of decisions can be made based on kind of advanced information about expected rice yields. Next, please. And of course, in all our activities, we work very closely with partners. For example, here you can see there were two projects, PRISM, Philippines Rice Information System, and also RISE project, which were used as the basis for developing these products. So rice area mapping combines not only the satellite data, but several speakers before me also emphasized on the importance of ground truthing, validating this data. So here you can see in this map, we are combining this high-resolution satellite data, 20 meter by 20 meter pixels, so with ground truth data, so local ground level validation across the Philippines to have this information that we see in the next slide. Okay, not yet there. So this is all, no, next slide, you're okay. So this, it describes the process. So it is satellite data, but also combining with the other sorts of data, like on field data on rice varieties grown, weather data, soil data, what are the management practices, irrigation practices, and then at the end of this process, analytical process, we will be able to have mid-season forecasts of rice yields, identification of the planting dates, but also some estimates of what kind of rice yield, rice harvest we can expect at the end of the season. Next one. So here you can see some of the examples of these outputs, so where rice grown. So we can see exactly in the map exact locations. So if you zoom in to you can go up to 20 by 20 meter pixel. So where rice is growing in 2020, for example. The map in the middle shows when rice is planted. So you can see there is this variation from starting from May, June, July, August, September, and how it changes across time. So knowing this information allows to have an advanced knowledge of what would be what would be the amounts of incoming rice to the market, and then plan based on that. And the other one shows also how much rice is produced in each of these locations. And this will actually also allow estimating what is the total seasonal rice production. How much is the shortfall, or is it enough? Next one. Another way we use these technologies in the rice sector is by assessing potential damages. Now we know the frequency, intensity of flooding events and typhoons are increasing because of climate change. And once we have the information about the incoming typhoon, and we have identified the cone, the trajectory of the typhoon, where it's going, we can use satellite data to quickly identify what is the extent of damage it can do to rice production. So to the extent that how much of the rice which is on its way is in harvesting stage, so that we could perhaps quickly harvest in the next few days before the typhoon hits that area, or which part is only in the growing stage, not yet ready, so we cannot harvest it. So what we can do about it, if there is enough time, then we can replant that area, but then replanting requires mobilizing seeds and other activities. If replanting is not possible, then also it gives us information about the potential need for social safety nets to support those farmers who are losing their harvest because of these weather extremes. So this is for predicting the future impact. Next slide. Here we can also see for assessing the damage. So where exactly this flooding event had the highest impact. Where it was flooded, where it was not flooded. This can be also linked to insurance payments. We can also have long-term assessment of each of these areas for their flooding profile. If some area is getting flooded year after year and after year, so this is something that happens every year or every other year, then there is a possibility to come up with agricultural practices, rice production practices, which are suitable to that kind of frequently flooded conditions. Next one. An important area that we are trying to work now and expand a lot is something called MRV, for monitoring, reporting, verification for greenhouse gas emissions. As you know, rice production is an important source for methane emissions in agriculture. About 10% of agricultural methane emissions are coming from rice production. So decreasing these methane emissions is an important contributor to climate change mitigation. And now with technologies that we have, such as directly seeding rice or particularly alternate wetting and drying, we can reduce those methane emissions by 30%. So, but in order to capture those emission reductions, we can use the combination of satellite data with drone data and all the other field observations for monitoring this. And it can happen from field to landscape level. In the next slide, and we can see an example of how we can identify agricultural practices which were used at each specific locations, whether it was direct seeded rice or transplanted rice, and also by exact locations. Next slide, please. And also this kind of real-time monitoring allows us to have this monitoring of the irrigation practices in each of these locations. So alternate wetting and drying means that instead of having continuous flooding of the rice field, we drain it for a short period of time at a safe level so that we can reduce this methane emissions. So here, this kind of mapping allows us to monitor and track these processes. In general, at the end of my presentation, I would like to highlight that this kind of use of satellite data actually is a great complement to the usual statistical approaches that we do, because it allows to have advanced prediction of what's going to happen. For example, for rice yields, it could be 2 months before the official statistics, we can have some kind of idea about this rice yields with about 90% accuracy. But also it can allow us to go down to at lower administrative levels. So if statistics are available at provincial level, this kind of information actually can allow us to the pixel level, but in terms of administration, it can also allow us to have this information at barangay level, and then also allow us to target agricultural practices, technology development to specific locations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Presentation. Where's? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mahar Lagbay, and I'm here to talk about bridging the gap between technology and public policy. Next slide, please. Specifically, I was asked to do this, how our organization, which is the UP Resilience Institute, utilizes technology to provide policy insights that can influence the public and private sectors, highlighting how NOAA Center is the core component of the UP Resilience Institute, and it used to be the Project NOAA. It's known as Project NOAA, which used to be the flagship program of government for disaster risk reduction, to innovate its technology-driven data visualization for climate action and disaster resilience. Next slide, please. First, I'd like to mention that disasters unfold in various ways, and the lessons unravel once they happen. So this means that there are a lot of lessons that can be learned from each and every disaster, and at the same time, learning does not end, because there's always something new. We get surprised, and if there's a lot of people who get surprised, it turns into a disaster. So we have to find out what happened there, learn the lessons, learn the mistakes so that we do not repeat it. Next slide, please. Because what happens is that when there's a disaster, it's just normal to have the blame game. And we always have somebody to point at. Next slide, please. Just go to point at climate change, culture of safety, first time nangyari, LGU problem, it's poor planning, it's due to the act of God, wrong warning system, hindi naintindihan, it was not understood, mahina ang mayor, matigas ang ulo ng mga tao. No? We want to step up, go beyond this. No? So we want to use science to learn from the disasters, to identify what went wrong, identify the mistakes. What we want is not to blame, rather to have that experience, that hard experience, learn from it so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. Next slide, please. In 2010, I was asked by the University of the Philippines Academic Affairs Office to write a policy paper about lessons learned from disasters. And there were many disasters before Ondoy that happened in 2009. There was the 2005 Mindoro flooding. There were debris flows that happened in Nueva Ecija, in Gabaldon, and nearby areas. We had also Ondoy, of course, Pepeng, and a lot of other disasters such as Ginsaugon and Reming, Lahars, that killed by the thousands. But I focused on some lessons learned from three major disasters: the Ginsaugon landslide, the Mayon landslide, Lahars, and the Ondoy floods that hit Metro Manila. So those are some pictures of those disasters. Even Metro Manila was not spared. We thought that Metro Manila wouldn't have such kind of flooding, but we all got surprised, and that Ondoy flooding event turned into a disaster where there were hundreds that were killed in the capital city of our metropolis of the Philippines. Next slide, please. Some are identified here, some of the lessons that I put forth in that policy paper. After a landslide disaster, a scientific team must be deployed at the earliest possible moment to determine its characteristics because it helps in the search and rescue efforts. A description of the extent of damage can be produced from vertical aerial photographs. This is what we did to help assess the area. Subsequent aerial surveys can be conducted. Next slide, please. And so on, like other pertinent data to the investigation of the devastated area. All existing geophysical meteorological data and taxpayers' money should be made readily available and easily accessible. In the United States, for example, raw GPS, seismic, and rainfall data are made available to the public via agency websites. Next slide, please. In that policy paper, we did put in 37 recommendations. And some are highlighted here: light detection and ranging, use of large-scale flood hazard maps, make all weather data and flood forecasts accessible through the internet so that people can be able to assess by themselves what is happening. Install automated rainfall and river gauges distributed all over the watersheds of Metro Manila and river systems all over the Philippines. Next slide, please. So that was in 2010. Maybe it was 2011 when it was first noticed, but we were asked by the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology to make use of all of the research funded by government into action. Hence was launched Project NOAA, which was the idea of the government back then, headed by Pinoy and the Secretary. Next slide, please. So we launched it in Marikina. And the idea was, next slide, please. And the idea was to do operational research, learn from the disasters, and apply all of these learnings into action. So we had to be part of government. And we tried to apply everything that we learned on a nationwide scale. It was a big program funded by a total of, over a span of 5 years, almost 6.4 billion pesos over the span of 5 years. And it involved about 21 projects done by many agencies, including University of the Philippines researchers. Some of them eventually became the PhilSA, or the Philippine Space Agency. So the Diwata, the one, was funded by the NOAA program. Next slide, please. It was the first non-overseas development assistance project of this scale. Why do we think that it's necessary? It's because we know that in disaster risk reduction, the use of local resources and local human capital is the best way to address problems on disasters. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's a picture of a river. Next slide, please. In that program, Project NOAA, we were able to come up with flood hazard maps of high resolution using LiDAR, the ones that were recommended And we were able to map out all of the buildings in the Philippines in vector format. We display it in 3D, and that is how we visualize the disaster problem or the disaster risk problem. Next slide, please. Also, in that program, we had this system installed, low-cost or cost-effective instruments, about 2,000 of them, deployed all over the Philippines. And we can visualize where it's raining. We use this to give a 3 to 6 hours lead time warning for incoming floods. This was on top of the 1 to 2 day forecast warning made by Pag-asa to warn people of imminent floods in their area. Bringing forth what we call in the PIDRA system, which is still in place. PIDRA stands for Pre-Disaster Risk Assessment, and this one is called as the Hazard-Specific, Area-Focused, and Time-Bound Warnings. So rather than general warnings that several provinces will get hit by floods or landslides, we wanted to avoid the cry wolf effect. We were giving information so that NDRRMC would be able to provide hazard-specific, area-focused, and time-bound warnings. Next slide, please. This system, we believe, actually was responsible for averting about 15 disasters. You can see those on the top, which are colored blue, as the events that were averted. These are world-class hazard events that did not turn into disasters in the sense that there were either just 1 fatality or 0 fatalities in a specific area affected by a hazard. Next slide, please. So the list goes on, and then by the time the program ended, we started listing only a few other disasters that happened. They're in the pink part, the lower part, and then I think this list goes on until Ulysses, Typhoon Ulysses. Next slide, please. Looking at the International Disaster Database, was this kind of system useful? Complementing what was already existing. Like, for example, good policies, the laws of climate change in 2009. We had the Climate Change Act. In 2010, we had the RA 10121, the Disaster Management Law. If you look at the disaster database from 1986 to 2022, before 2014 or before 2013, the average number of deaths was about 1,000 to 1,250. But after the hazard-specific, area-focused, and time-bound warnings were implemented by NDRRMC, they were provided information that were also hazard-specific, area-focused, and time-bound, we reduced the number of deaths per year on average from 1,000 plus to 250. Next slide, please. I think that's a significant achievement for all of us because it's a whole of society approach with good policies and good use of technology. However, we have not solved losses and damages. You can see from the graph that the average cost in terms of losses and damages is about 50 billion pesos a year based on this EMDAT data, which is the International Disaster Database. Next slide, please. This system that I'm describing to you, wherein you apply the research in action, it's in action, we're embedded in government, learning while doing, is called operational research. It's described as a scientific approach to the solution of problems in the management of complex systems in a rapidly changing environment, where objective lessons and insights from past experiences are sought to facilitate the implementation of more effective solutions. Next slides, please. Before I end, I'd just like to say that technology is just a tool. It's how we use it to innovate and make informed decisions that matter. Thank you for listening.
So may I call on now the co-founder and Chief Legal and Partnerships Officer of AnyCase.ai, Attorney Gio Bilog.
much to DAP for inviting us here today. And I'm very excited to meet so many people this interested in technology, this interested in AI. And it's a space that I've been exploring for about a better part of a year now. And I'm very excited to say welcome to this age of technology and welcome to Anycase.ai. Next slide, please. So Anycase.ai is an AI-powered legal research tool or platform that we created here in the Philippines. Next slide, please. Our founders are myself, Attorney Gio Bilog, and of course, Mr. Beato Bonco, our CEO and CTO, and Mr. Gio Chongson, our Chief Growth Officer. The three of us are all Filipinos. We're all here in the Philippines, and we're very excited to introduce this type of technology for all of you to use. Next slide, please. And as I said, it's an AI legal assistant for lawyers in the Philippines. Next slide, please. So what did we notice? Why did we start a company of this nature? And what is it that really is the bone of contention or the difficulty that we wanted to solve? We really saw three separate tasks that we wanted to replace. And jumping off from what Dr. Lagman mentioned earlier, technology is just a tool after all. And we believe at Anycase.ai that the technology will never replace the people, but it will replace certain tasks that we want to help with. And these three tasks that we wanted to focus on the most were accessing information, retrieving information, and ultimately consuming the information for your use. Next slide, please. So Anycase.ai is an AI-powered tool that's built on top of various legal databases. As lawyers, legal professionals, and policymakers, we're tasked to go through a bunch of documents, a multitude of documents full of text that we have to read, consume, summarize, and then eventually use for whatever task at hand. So this includes somewhere in the north of 23,000 laws, 70,000 cases from the Supreme Court, and that's not even including the rules and regulations of various offices and other documents that might be relevant to what we were tasked to do. Next slide, please. So what can Anycase.ai do for you? And what can Anycase AI do for everyone? Next slide, please. First, we use the AI to introduce what we like to call semantic search, or our semantic search engine. That means that you can now search using natural language. What we were used to was keyword search. So for example, you'd search certain cases based on words that might trigger a certain case that you're looking for, or a certain law that you're looking for. But that poses some problems, considering that some words will naturally have double meaning. Minor may mean somebody who's underage. Minor may also mean something small. Fire may mean something like termination of employment, but fire may also mean literally fire. So we introduced semantic search, which understands the intent behind the user's search. So now we have technology that understands what you're trying to look for, rather than you doing all you can to adjust so that the technology understands what you're looking for. Next slide, please. We also introduced AI-generated summaries, which summarizes, through the use of AI, each and every document that's uploaded in our database. This means that when you browse through documents, you can now look through AI-generated summaries to quickly know whether or not the document you're presented with is useful for your search. This is especially useful if you're looking for cases with a certain type of party, certain laws with certain type of considerations, whether it's incentives, whether it's prohibitory, or whatever of that nature. Once you have that AI summary, then you can go into the full case text in order for you to consume the information. Next slide, please. We also have a reader view, which we wanted to work on extensively. It is the way you consume the information that you've now been able to retrieve and access. Consuming the information is now the most important step, because consuming it will then make it useful for you and whatever it is that you're trying to do. Other than our dark mode, we have light mode and other settings that will help you read and enjoy your experience while using the application. Next slide, please. And of course, one of the things that we rolled out earlier this year and we're very proud of is what we call AI-generated answers. My father used to tell me that simplifying the complicated would be something genius to do. And that's what we wanted to do with Anycase.ai. So at Anycase.ai, you can access a simple search box or query box where you can input whatever question or point of research that you're trying to look for. use the semantic search engine, natural language, and once you input it into the system then gives you an AI-generated answer with all the relevant citations of laws, jurisprudence, rules and regulations, or other documents that you need for your research. Next slide, please. So now this is a short demonstration that I've recorded. It shows us how anycase.ai behaves. So for example, if you're a labor lawyer, you can search what is the fourfold test in labor. The application will then understand the query, and you can get an answer for your search. And that answer will then automatically provide you with a summary of what the fourfold test in labor is. It gives you the elements and gives you a notation that the most important element is the control test. It then gives you relevant citations through footnotes, which we put as J1 for jurisprudence, L1 for laws or statutes or any other documents. It will then lead you to the actual case text with the AI summary as mentioned earlier. And you can click that so that you can consume the full case text that's now citable, readable, and consumable by each and every user. All right, next slide, please. Now, this is another example of what anycase.ai can do, and maybe more relevant for you. So again, we have light mode. So you can also search certain questions through semantic search and anything of that nature. And again, you can get answer based on outcome. If, for example, it's a labor law case, you can search where it was specifically the complainant one or specifically the respondent one, back wages were granted, back wages were denied, or anything of that nature. Okay, next slide, please. Let's go to a more relevant example for policymakers today, considering that today's event really was for policymakers. We asked, sorry, next slide, please. Okay, so this example then asks for what are the relevant laws about competition in the Philippines. Now again, if you use keyword search, competition might be construed differently, might be sports, might be any other type of competition, but because of the AI behind the system, it does understand what you mean, and it can give you the relevant source. So this one cites RA 10667, also known as the Philippine Competition Act, and again provides you with the relevant citations and sources that you can consume. Recently, we added now the sidebar to make it very easy for you to read the answer alongside the relevant citation. And still, you can access that citation by clicking directly on that sidebar. That would then lead you to the actual text of the law, this time not just the case, with an AI summary, as mentioned earlier, and again the full text of the Republic Act that was mentioned. Now, soon to be Dr. Domingo also mentioned earlier the capability of trusting AI as an assistant to initiate drafts for you or someone that you can ask for help with, especially when you have mental block or writer's block. And that is very much true. AI can initiate drafts for you. And lately, we have been experimenting with features, beta features, which can enable such drafting. Next slide, please. So here, I was experimenting and I tried to ask it. Sorry, next slide, please. Prepare a preliminary draft Republic Act incentivizing the use of electronic vehicles through tax incentives and exemptions. So again, as the tool, it can help you initiate whatever it is that you need. But of course, it's still the responsibility of the lawyer, the policymaker, to go through the actual draft that was provided in real time. So again, in seconds, you have a draft that can start your policy making or task at hand. This is a very bare bones draft, note, but still very useful, especially for starting whatever it is that you need to do. Next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. And of course, even if it did provide you with a draft that's relevant to electronic vehicles, it was still able to identify that there are already relevant laws in relation to electronic vehicles, which is provided in your sidebar, and again, which you can enter the full text of the relevant law by clicking the title. All right, next slide, please. And there's more to come. This is just what we've been able to do in a year. Our company started in August 2023, last year, with a beta feature of just searching through cases. I'm a litigation lawyer, and I just really wanted help searching through cases. And it's evolved, and now we're here today, and I'm very excited to be speaking before policymakers as well. I hope this tool is useful to everyone. And please expect that there will be better quality of answers and search results. There will be more assisted document drafting. We are expanding and growing the database. We want to partner with various government offices so that we can get the relevant database that's useful to the users. We are continually improving the UI UX to build for the needs of our users, and we're building features based on the needs of lawyers and legal professionals. Next slide, please. So just to wrap up, what can AI do for you? It increases productivity, it increases satisfaction. Next slide, please. And of course, increased efficiency, competence in legal practice and profession. Next slide, please. And lastly, to end, of course, there are important ethical considerations when using AI. Next slide, please. So AI tools, remember, should not replace the judgment, discretion, and decision-making of the lawyer or of people. AI tools should not replace the lawyer, or in this case, the policymakers. Next slide, please. But AI tools will and should connect you to relevant data and information that you need faster and more efficiently, and replace mundane tasks with easy and efficient processes so that time and effort can be better focused on work that matters. So we want to help you do the meaningful work, and let's do all of that work together. Next slide, please. Lastly, AI tools should be fun and should make you better, and we look forward to working with everyone in the future. Thank you very much.
In the room have started trying anycase.ai, but kindly do that later as we proceed to the last presentation, and that's from Attorney Princess Ascalon, the Government and Regulatory Affairs Executive of the IBM Philippines.
Us for selling laptops before, but we don't do that anymore. Although we still power the mainframes of the most of the world, we're now focused on hybrid cloud and AI. We've been doing AI for more than a decade, long before ChatGPT and Gen AI, and we've really been focused on helping governments, around the world in transforming. So next slide, please. So yeah, as I said, IBM has been transforming government for more than a century across all those government services, from modernizing their digital infrastructure through hybrid cloud, improving their cybersecurity posture, and applying AI and cognitive process innovations to government services. So today we'll focus on AI. Next slide. So from our work with our clients, we've seen the tremendous opportunities that Gen AI actually brings for governments. But before we begin discussing that, let's just be reminded that Gen AI or AI is not a single destination. It's really a journey, as you can see from that roadmap. So from building an e-government all the way to being a Gen AI-enabled government. Not sure where the Philippines is. COS can better elucidate on that. But the goal is really to reach being a Gen AI-enabled government, and that has just that's not just bringing enabling technology, but also modernizing, actually first and foremost, your operational processes, and then combining that with technology, and that's how you get to the Gen AI-enabled government. So, and typically, what we've seen from our government clients is they start small. They start with a few select high-impact use cases, that will solve real problems, and then scale their AI capacities and capabilities as they go along. So, we've actually identified like 3 general use which provide the highest impact and value to government. So those are around improving productivity and efficiency, enhancing end user experience and citizen services, and accelerating technology modernization. I think some of the earlier speakers have shared, especially the ICT, what they've done in these areas. Next slide. So just again, very, very briefly sharing with you our work, with clients around the world, we see responsible AI advancing government services in 5 critical areas. These are the most common use cases that we've worked on with clients, right? So first is healthcare and human services. So as you know, most healthcare systems have disconnected health data and systems that don't talk to each other. So AI can actually automate data collection, processing, offer predictive analytics so that they can, healthcare professionals can make better informed decisions. Sustainability, AI systems can, help agencies monitor, flood control, water, air pollution, and all those things. Cybersecurity, AI can help reduce cyber incidents by automating, threat intelligence, threat prevention, detection, response, recovery, and all of that. In higher education, we're also seeing a lot of interest, especially nowadays, where the mode of learning is really evolving and changing. So AI can develop like personalized learning curriculums depending on the profile of a student. It can also help schools actually predict student outcomes, if they're gonna be successful or failing, and in so doing, recommend plans for students and how they can actually succeed in school. So it's a game changer, And lastly, we see it also in employment and unemployment insurance. So this has something to do with enabling or empowering citizens to navigate the complex process of filing insurance claims, benefit claims, etc. Also, using AI in terms of pattern recognition to detect fraud. There's a lot of that, in our own insurance system. And lastly, for workforce development, we see AI being used to match jobs versus skills, of the workforce. So, next slide. So just a couple of case studies. Actually, I realized some of the earlier speakers already have this. So I guess IBM have already done this with other governments as well. You can read it for yourself, so I'm not going to go into the details, but in a nutshell, we see really improvement in worker productivity and delivery of citizen services. The employees are now not handling routine inquiries anymore and can move on to more complex tasks. Delivery of services also cut in time, for this case study for the large government agencies, a social work agency in North America. And the processing of claims are done very fast. And more importantly, the decisions that the agency is making is now consistent. There's no big disparities because AI has access to all these case histories in the past. And so there's more consistent, handling of processes. And similar to any case AI, we've done work with the Ministry of Justice in a European country. They're using AI assistant for courts. Again, very similar to what Attorney Bilog discussed earlier. Next slide. And again, tied up to Dr. Lagmay's presentation, we're actually working with NASA, leveraging advanced AI and geospatial data. And we use satellite data to translate this into high-resolution images. It actually shows you terrains, flood areas. Again, helps our scientists and researchers in their climate change work. Okay, next slide. Okay, just looking at my time. So we know already that generative AI, a lot of provide a lot of benefits, right? To again, increase productivity, shorten time, etc. But it also carries potential risks, around data privacy breach, fraud, misuse in elections. I'm sure you've all seen deep fakes, right? So it's kind of scary. And so that's why we're saying that trustworthy AI is actually very important. Next slide, please. So again, trustworthy AI, it can not only reduce risks, but actually prevent fraud, protect the public from harm and manipulation. It can also be a competitive advantage, not just for business, but for government as well. And it can, having trustworthy AI can foster really AI adoption, because people won't use, of course, what they cannot trust. And we've already seen numerous studies that, AI adoption fuels GDP and economic growth of a country, right? So next slide. But how do you get to trustworthy AI? And that's what I'm gonna focus on in that latter half of my talk. So for us, AI needs governance, and this governance means really the process of directing, managing, and monitoring all the AI activities of your organization, right? So I'll just share with you how we do it in IBM. Next slide. So at IBM, we take governance very seriously, and trust has been a key part of IBM's identity, right, for more than a century. And this is really embodied in our integrated AI governance framework. So as you can see there, at the very start, we have an AI ethics board at the corporate level, and this is composed of senior executives, including a chief AI ethics officer. And this board oversees, reviews, approves, denies all, AI tools that are being developed or deployed by our engineers, whether for internal use or external use. And it really goes through a rigorous process of review and approval and iterations before it gets released to the public, right? IBM's work in AI and other technologies are really underpinned also by our principles of trust and transparency and pillars of trust. So just very briefly, we believe that AI augments and should not replace human intelligence. Data and insights belong to their creator, which means we can't not just use your data to develop our AI. And third, that new technology should be transparent and explainable. And we've developed also trustworthy AI research toolkits, which are mostly open source, again, to help the public and our clients in their AI governance journey. And lastly, ethics by design is something we practice and take to heart. We develop AI and other technology with purpose and intention, and not just for the sake of technology, of advancing technology, right? Next slide. So just very briefly, we've developed an AI and data platform called Watson X, and this really gives you monitoring end-to-end, of your AI lifecycle, from development, deployment, testing, mitigation bias, and all of that. So it's a one-stop shop for all your AI needs. You can create Gen AI solutions using foundation models, data store. There's a data store where you can use data that's actually trusted, has been curated. It's all with it's legit. So that's Watson X. You can check it out. It's available. There's a free trial, I think, available on the net. And then next slide. So to close, I think this is a segue to the next talks that are after this. But it's been asked earlier, why does AI regulation matter? And really because, again, it's because of trust, right? Trust really matters, especially nowadays in the era of deep fake and Gen AI, right? And last slide. So just to share with you and to answer the question very briefly, I'll just leave you with the 3 recommendations from IBM point of view, in terms of how to regulate AI. So we believe that you should regulate AI risk and not AI algorithms and not the technology itself, because as we know, AI use cases don't pose the same risks, right? So it's different. As Dr. Domingo said earlier, if it's for weapons of mass destruction, then of course that's a very high risk, as opposed to, for example, Netflix just recommending to your next movie. I mean, that's low risk, so we don't need to regulate that, right? So it depends. Second is make AI creators and deployers accountable and not immune to liability. It's kind of strange coming from an AI vendor, right? But we really believe that, because it forces, again, developers and deployers to really take to heart governance and develop only trustworthy and responsible AI. And lastly, to support open AI innovation and not an AI licensing regime. Again, strange for an AI vendor to say that, but all of us will benefit if AI is open and not licensed, because that will just monopolize AI, creation, development to the large ones. And in doing so, AI will only benefit the elite, right, the few, and we don't want that. We believe that AI can actually benefit everyone and should be accessible to everyone. So there, thank you. 10 minutes is very hard.
Insightful presentation. So we will now proceed to the open forum. By this time, you already know how we do the Q&A. But just to be sure, let me remind you, kindly raise your hand so we can acknowledge you. And then once acknowledged, use the microphone, state your name and the office that you represent, and direct your question to our speakers. Or you have the option also to send them via the QR code, which is found in your conference primer. Okay, so any question from our attendees in this room? Okay, meron po ba? Otherwise, I'll proceed to reading some of the questions that we received through the QR code. Wala pa po ba? Okay, to manage our time, let me proceed to the questions that we received through the QR. From Mary Ann Janeni Cristino from the Senate. This is addressed to Dr. Alisher. What are the data requirements for AI-driven predictive analysis in the areas presented, such as flood monitoring and agricultural yield forecasting? And then there's another question: how many data points are typically needed to ensure accuracy of predictions, and what are the key considerations in terms of both data quantity and quality in predictive models?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. For generating those kind of maps that I was showing, of course, the starting point is satellite images, which are now freely there are also those which are freely available at very high resolution. For example, those maps I showed were used using Sentinel satellite, SAR data option. But on top of that, of course, we are overlaying with other sources of data, like, for example, on soils, on rice varieties, because different varieties would have different responses, but also on management practices. So these are usually, one can get this kind of information through surveys, farmer surveys. And in terms of the ground truthing, of course, the more data, the better it gets. But of course, we also have time and budget constraints. So in that kind of maps that I was showing, it's important to identify, to ground truth the data for most different types of agroecology, so different types of rice production systems, so that one can capture the heterogeneity, diversity of specific settings. And once we have that, we could also have higher accuracy information. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I hope that answers the question of one of our attendees. Okay, so let me proceed to the next question. This is addressed to Dr. Lagmay. This is from Gilbert Sherwin Samson from the House of Representatives. Indonesia is now building a new capital in Nusantara, Borneo, which is a forested area and is hardly hit by floods and other calamities. So given a chance, would you recommend that Manila be replaced as a capital because of the flood forecast and being a low-lying city?
Well, hello? Yeah. I was talking about the policy paper that was mentioned as early as 2010. During Karina, we had this problem about flooding, and we noticed that the extent of the flooding was nearly as great as that of Ondoy. And in the interim, we had Habagat 2012, Habagat 2013, Habagat 2014, Habagat 2018, Ulysses in 2020. And then we had this flooding event during Karina. In disaster risk reduction discussions, it's very well known that it's very difficult to manage disaster risk or disasters when a certain community is congested. When there's overpopulation, like Metro Manila, it's congested. It's so difficult to manage disasters. Hence, because of the intensifying severe weather events, which have become more frequent, Ondoy is a one every 100-year event. Karina is one every 100-year event. That means they happen only once every 100 years. But it seems that it's becoming more frequent. It's only one every 15 years or so. So that means that the impacts will be greater because they're more frequent. On top of the severe weather events hypothesized as going to become bigger. So impacts will become bigger, the disasters will become bigger, losses and damages will become bigger, management of disasters will become more difficult. And it's about time that we think about our growing population, trying to decongest Metro Manila so that these problems that we have can be alleviated.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lagmay. Okay, going to the third question. This time it's addressed to Attorney Bilog from J. Becema from the Office of Senator Ontiveros. As someone with a background in alternative or public interest lawyering, I am keenly interested in the potential benefit of AI to access to justice issues. Are you looking to partner with public interest or legal aid organizations to improve the quality of legal services received by underserved communities?
Thank you, ma'am. The answer actually is a resounding yes. We have already started trying to work with the public sector, with legal aid clinics as much as we can. We're also trying to partner with other government offices so that we can help speed up processes or procedures where the public really need to access justice. So an example is the court processes. We all know that the Chief Justice Quismundo has introduced the strategic plan for judicial innovations, and he really has been driving technological advancement and development in the justice system in the Philippines. And that goes back to what was mentioned earlier today about how it needs to be a top-to-down approach as to applying AI and technology into certain fields. And we do believe that introducing AI really has a nation-building aspect to it, where we increase the competence of lawyers, we increase the competence of access to justice, and that we increase as well the quality of problems that we have, so that we don't see cases that are dismissed or cases that aren't won just because there was lack of access to information, lack of capability to retrieve information, and also lack of abilities or venues to consume this information. So hopefully, with the introduction of technology, nation building is introduced through a better and faster and a greater way of access to justice. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Attorney. Okay, so that brings me to my question for Attorney Ascalon. What are the some successful, ma'am, na case studies of AI applications of IBM that has helped improve yung citizen services?
Yeah, I think I shared a couple earlier. Actually, at some point in the past, we worked with NOAA and Pag-asa. And I think we have a project now live with ERI on using blockchain for, I think, rice inventory. Maybe some of your colleagues are working on it. So we've done quite a bit. And I said earlier, maybe I'll just emphasize that that work we did for this large government agency, which cannot be named, in North America. As I said, they actually use three kinds of AI tools there. So they have the AI-powered advisors, AI-powered decision support system, and the AI-powered communication platform. So in that agency, which processes social benefits actually, the AI assistants allow the employees of that agency to do away with answering routine queries, and they can focus on complex tasks. And then it also, the decision support system is something sort of a recommender. So when someone files, for example, a benefit claim, instead of this employee, I guess, sifting through all the submissions, the papers, searching histories for years past, AI can actually do that for the caseworker and make recommendations based on what it found, in the case history of how to, I guess, address what's being claimed. But that's not to say that the caseworker will immediately, take AI's recommendation. It's just a recommendation, and at the end of the day, it's still the caseworker who gets to decide what kind of benefits they give the claimant. But what's nice about that is there's real-time feedback. So it's sort of asking the AI, they have a conversation, the caseworker and the AI, and trying to decide together about the claim of the citizen. And then lastly, the AI-powered communication platform. It's more than just a chat bot, really. But again, it uses natural language to converse. But what's nice about that particular thing is it actually is adjusted towards the searcher's language abilities and even accessibility abilities. So if it's blind, it can actually just a speech a text to speech. It can do that so that the citizen can still converse with the AI even if it cannot see and type. Right, so it can also do multi-languages. So especially in North America, it's not just English. There's a lot of communities there, including Filipino communities, and so the AI can actually use whatever language you're using, of course, the major ones at least for now. And again, that really drives accessibility and enables citizens of all kinds, to access and use AI to again make their claims process faster and such that.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Escalon. We had an insightful afternoon discussion, but unfortunately, if some of you still have some questions, we can't accommodate them anymore, but maybe our speakers will be staying for a while later after this session, so we may ask them also. But for now, allow me to just highlight some key points that we have noted from this point of our program. First, the use of emerging technologies such as smartphone-based apps, satellites, etc., in enhancing food security, supporting the livelihood of our farmers, and mitigating risks and disasters. That's one interesting point that we've noted. Leveraging AI to improve the accessibility of information and efficiency of research for policymakers. And we've also noted the importance of collaboration among government, industry, and academia and academic institutions can foster innovation and address development and policy changes. Two other points, the rapid pace of technological advancement often outweighs the ability of public policy to keep up. So this mismatch can lead to unintended consequences, regulatory hurdles, and missed opportunities. Policymakers and technologists must engage in a collaborative and proactive approach to bridge the gap. And finally, throughout the discussions on various technologies that were presented this afternoon, our speakers have emphasized the essential role of people in leveraging these tools to improve the lives of our fellow Filipinos. So true enough, ang ating pong lightning talks, despite the rapid pace, have shed light on how different sectors are using technology to their advantage and how critical it is for our policymakers and our policies to adapt to this era of technological revolution. Okay, to express our gratitude to our esteemed speakers, Dr. Lagmay, Dr. Mirzabayev, Attorney Bilog, and Attorney Escalon. And of course, we would also like to call on stage COS Gutierrez. We would like to call on our DAP President and CEO, Dr. Mahalaya Ravago, to give our tokens of appreciation to our 5 speakers. Now to our host, Ms. Krisha De Leon, for the next segment. Thank you.
So for now, let's have a 10-minute health break. Then afterwards, we'll have another plenary session. So let's be back after 10 minutes. Thank you. go back to your seats as we are about to start the next segment. Thank you. Now, let's proceed to our third plenary session, Fostering AI in Governance, Security, and Ethical Considerations, which will examine the fears and anxiety of the unknown future when it comes to regulating AI use and development so that society can harness the benefits and mitigate the associated risk of AI and other emerging technologies. To moderate this session, I will pass on the mic to Mr. Gilbert Lumantao, Director of the DAP Policy Research Office. Sir?
Go deeper into the legislative frameworks that is required and needed in the use of AI. While we recognize as beneficial AI in improving work processes and productivity, there are security risks that threatens or concerns even the most developed countries. There are also moral and ethical considerations that needs to be recognized. In this session, the same structure, we will have two speakers who will present on the matter, and after that, we will have an open forum to entertain your questions. Without further ado, our first speaker to share her thoughts in fostering AI in governance, security, and ethical considerations, please welcome Attorney Maricel Sicat, Senior Counsel of PwC Philippines.
Thank you. It's an honor to discuss on a subject that is profoundly shaping our modern world and the landscape of our future, artificial intelligence. As Andrew Ng aptly said, artificial intelligence is the new electricity. And just as electricity transformed industries, economies, and societies, AI has the potential to revolutionize every aspect of our lives. To the businessman and industry leaders, AI is a game changer. It offers avenues for innovation, efficiency, and competitiveness, whether through automating processes, enhancing customer experiences, or unlocking new business models. AI is transforming the landscape of commerce and industry. To the IT professionals, your role in ensuring transparency, security, fairness of AI system cannot be overstated. And to the legal experts, as AI continues to evolve, so too must our legal frameworks to protect the rights of individuals and societal interests. Your insights and foresights will help shape a legal landscape that balances innovation with accountability. For the legislators, policymakers, and government officers, the rise of AI presents both opportunities and challenges. As we harness AI's potential to drive economic growth and solve complex issues, we must also craft robust frameworks to govern its use. Ethical considerations, data privacy, and mitigation of biases must be at the forefront of AI legislation. It is imperative that we create policies that ensure AI serves the public good, protect human rights, foster innovation in a responsible and ethical manner. Artificial intelligence offers a wide array of benefits across various sectors. Some of the transformative benefits of artificial intelligence are increase of efficiency and productivity. So a lot of tasks that are routinary or repetitive can now be automated in such a way that human can now focus on more complex problem solvings or creative activities. It also enhances decision making. AI can process a vast amount of data, which can provide valuable insight as a basis of decision making. And it also enhances security. AI can detect patterns of fraudulent activities, which can help in preventing financial fraud and cybersecurity attack. For personalization, AI can analyze users' behavior and preferences and can provide recommendation such as in e-commerce, marketing, and advertising, or even social media. In innovation and new capabilities, development of new products such as chatbot, autonomous cars or self-driving cars, smart home devices, and so on. And for improved accuracy, AI can significantly reduce human errors, particularly in tasks that requires high precision, such as data analytics. For healthcare improvements, AI can assist in diagnosing disease and can even recommend treatment plans. For environmental benefits, AI can help in modeling climate change scenarios and develop strategies to mitigate its impact. For economic growth, AI can create new opportunities, such as in AI development, maintenance, and other emerging fields. And for the accessibility and inclusion, AI assistive technologies can help individuals with disabilities and language barriers, so thereby promoting greater inclusion. These are also samples of AI innovation apart from what I've mentioned. So we have also for NLP, we also have the chatbots and virtual assistants and even the language translation. We also have the facial recognition under computer vision and autonomous vehicles. For machine learning and predictive analysis, we have the fraud detection and recommendation system. For robotics and automation, we have the drone technology and the service and industrial robots. For healthcare, as mentioned earlier, we have the diagnostic tool and personalized medicine, virtual health assistants. And for finance, we have the credit scoring and algorithmic trading. For education, we have the adaptive learning system and automatic grading. And for the retail and e-commerce, we have the customer analytics, visual search using images to look for products. And for entertainment, AI can generate musics and arts. It can even write articles and stories. And for the smart cities, it can help in traffic management to reduce congestions. And while the advantages of AI are clear, that it increases efficiency, that it improves accuracy, or it has the ability to solve complex problem-solving tasks. However, we must also consider its drawbacks. So what are the risks and downsides of artificial intelligence? So the main, of course, we have the job displacement, particularly in sectors where tasks can easily be automated. So I know some tasks like in hiring, recruitment, and administrative tasks, or even record management can now be automated. So bias and discrimination brought about by algorithmic biases, which can lead to unfair treatment based on race or gender. And for privacy concern, privacy infringement, and lack of transparency, some AI models operate like a black box that it is difficult to understand how they make decisions. And for human rights and ethical dilemmas, AI technologies are sometimes used for surveillance, military, and law enforcement. So it can infringe privacy and civil liberties. And dependence on technology, over-reliance on AI can decrease human skills, such as problem-solving skills and critical thinking. For environmental impact, because AI system, you have to use or consume electricity. And part of our commitment with Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement is to reduce the consumption of, reduce the emission of carbon, the carbon or the greenhouse gas. And because of the use of too much electricity brought about the use of AI, it also has an environmental impact. For economic inequality, maybe the advantage of AI may accrue only to those who have access to technologies, leaving others behind. And for the regulatory and legal challenges, because of the rapid pace of AI, it's often outstrips the ability of regulatory and legal framework to keep up. And finally, for social manipulation, it can be used to influence public opinion and behavior through personalized advertising, deepfakes, and social media manipulation. AI has significant ethical and social implication, particularly in the realm of public policy making. So as part of the ethical implication, we have the bias and fairness. Actually, we have pending bills which focuses or aims to address this. One of that is the House Bill 7913, which is the AI Bill of Rights. So one of the Bill of Rights is the right against algorithmic discrimination. So no person should be discriminated based on race, gender, genetic information, and national origin. For transparency and explainability, there is also right to know where the designers, developers, and deployers of AI system should provide general accessible plain language documentation, including clear description of overall system. For privacy and data protection, the right to privacy also under that said AI Bill of Rights, autonomy and consent, which is covered by the same. And for the accountability and responsibility, there is also a right to remedy, which is the right to appeal and contest AI impact. House Bill 7913 also provides creation of board, which has the authority to investigate, issue subpoena, and appoint automation auditors for reviews. Okay. And for the social implication, we have, of course, the social inequality and the global and cultural consideration, the democratic practices and public trust and acceptance. And finally, we have the employment and workforce impact. We also have a pending bill, HB 9440H, which also provides that whenever there is a plan for AI implementation, employers have to provide alternative employment opportunity in case there will be a consequential job displacement, and they have to report any planned AI system implementation. So I hope that will be passed, because that's a good initiative to address some of the social implications. Okay, we also, since we've mentioned earlier the risk, these are the risk mitigation strategies. So we have the accountability mechanism. So clear mechanism for holding AI developer, deployers, and user accountable. We have the interdisciplinary research, which promote collaborative research that brings together the expert from various fields of studies to study the implication of AI. And the education and training and public awareness, we have to invest in education and training programs, especially for not only for the workforce for their upskilling, to prepare them for transition, but maybe we can also include the AI system awareness in educational curriculum in preparation for the use of AI. And then we also have the ethical AI development. So we have to establish or develop ethical AI, promote the development of AI system that prioritizes ethical consideration, including bias mitigation, human oversight, and respect for human rights. And regulation and legislation, we have to develop a comprehensive legal framework, which we will be tackling later as well. And environmental sustainability. So maybe we can develop and implement AI technology that are energy efficient and environmentally sustainable, minimizing their ecological imprint. Okay, while we do not have yet an AI Act in the Philippines, we do have existing regulations relating to AI, which could be strengthened to help as part of our regulations. So what are those? We have the Data Privacy Act of 2012. This set forth the guidelines for data protection, following the principles of transparency, legitimate purpose, accountability, and proportionality. So AI processes must comply with these principles and also this act to ensure data security, safeguarding the data subjects' rights. We also have the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. Since we do not have yet the cyber security law, the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 may also be the basis of some protections like the misuse, illegal access, data interference, and this also provides some punishable punishment under the law for prohibited acts. So this also provides for the protection of data, maintaining confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data. And we also have the Intellectual Property Code, which because of the AI system, the development, some issues may arise, like the copyright issues. In some countries, some artists filed for class suit for against AI developers or AI companies because their paintings or artworks have been used or were used without their consent or any compensation. So as AI develop, this kind of issues may also arise. And of course, we also have the National AI Strategy, which aims to produce or to create AI hub in the Philippines. And as mentioned earlier, while we do not have an AI Act, we do have pending legislation. We have the House Bill 7396, which aims to create Artificial Intelligence Development Authority, which ensure compliance of ethical principles and guidelines. We have the House Bill 7913, which provides for AI Bill of Rights. This bill provides for the rights, as mentioned earlier, the right for protection from unsafe and effective AI system, against algorithmic discrimination, right to privacy, right to know, and right to remedy. And it also has the authority to investigate. The creation of AI board has the authority to investigate motu proprio upon report of any person. And they may also issue subpoena and subpoena duces tecum. And it also has visitorial powers. And finally, we also have the House Bill 9448, which provides that employers may adopt AI software that may deem useful and or beneficial in their workplace. However, if they have intention or planned of implementation, they will have to report that to proper authority, and they should also provide alternative employment opportunity in case of displacement, loss of security of tenure, diminution or existing salaries or benefits. That may be one of the impacts of implementation of AI. Okay. And then we also have the global and international efforts, the European Union Artificial Intelligence Acts, which which is a comprehensive regulatory framework focusing on risk-based regulation, the GDPR, which sets stringent guidelines for data protection and policy. We have the proposed bill, U.S. Algorithmic Accountability Act, which requires company to conduct impact assessment, and National Institute of Standards and Technology at AI Risk Management Frameworks, which develops guidelines to manage risks associated with AI, and UNESCO recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence, which provides global standards, setting instrument on the ethics of AI, focusing on human rights, fairness, and sustainability. And then finally, as last topic, to effectively address the ethical and security risks posed by AI, we need to develop and establish robust legal frameworks. So we have to have an AI-specific legislation outlining ethical principles, regulatory requirements, governance structures, penalties, body audits, reviews, and public awareness. We have to strengthen our existing laws. We have to enhance implementation of Data Privacy Act and update the Cybercrime Prevention Act to address AI system associated cybersecurity risk. We also have to develop ethical guidelines and standards of AI, emphasizing fairness, transparency, human rights, and environmental sustainability, and encourage adoption therein. And we have to establish regulatory bodies and AI oversight committee. We have to have sector-specific regulation, maybe involve the healthcare, finance, transportation, insurance, or I fulfill. And promoting interdisciplinary research, digital literacy, and ethical AI education. And finally, international cooperation and public and stakeholders engagement. So that's end my presentation. Thank you so much.
We'd like to call Ms. Michelle Alarcon, President of the Analytics and Artificial Intelligence Association of the Philippines.
Not an AI? Okay. So let me start by introducing the association. First of all, saying that we're a non-profit organization. We have no other interest except to make sure that our profession remains intact, respectable, reputable, even without any form of licensing requirements or certifications or anything like that. We work with data. We are practitioners, and even before AI became hyped, we've been using data. That's our livelihood, basically, right? So analytics, data science, big data. But we never have had any associations with government agencies. But now, 7 years after our inception, the AAP, so the Analytics and Artificial Intelligence Association of the Philippines, we are happy to be given this opportunity to actually work across different government agencies on AI programs, AI policymaking initiatives, AI education and upskilling programs. And we'd like to consider us as like a hub, no, for anything, any kind of expertise or resource persons that you may need to help you inform policy making. So with that, I'd like to share the industry perspective on how what has been presented earlier by Attorney Maricel. How can we sort of contextualize that? Regulation is one thing. For us, it translates to a law or a policy. But just with that word alone, I don't know if it's just me or us who are not in the legal profession, but it translates to a very slow process. Is it not? Well, everything is relative. If 1 year for you is quick, it is not for us. Okay, so let me start. I'll do like that. Mukha akong ano dyan. Okay, so this is us. So we are, imagine an association of practitioners, data scientists, data analysts, AI engineers, as well as corporations that have AI teams, data teams, chief data officers in the ecosystem, academic institutions offering these types of programs or who would like to be offering these new programs, students, enthusiasts, those who'd like to get into this career, and startups, NGOs, and so on. We are forming this ecosystem because we believe that we cannot be anymore just standalone as technologists, and we feel that this is all we need to do day in, day out and work with technology. We know that this is not just a technology, actually. This touches everyone's lives. In fact, if you translate that to government agency, like who should be in charge of AI, is it necessarily an ICT thing, such that it is the ICT? Or is it purely for business or industry use, such that it is DTI? So hindi po natin alam, no? Hindi klaro. Because AI actually cuts across industries, and it's an old technology, no? The underlying foundations of that is actually also an old technology. But it is suddenly disrupting everything, no? All the different professions, disciplines, careers, education systems, and why we are all here today to just try to understand what do we need to know about AI before we can even write a regulation about it. Tama po ba? So intindihin po natin, no? And we are here to provide you with some of our maybe recommendations or didiretsuhin ko na po. No? I hope that I can influence you towards our thinking. Right. So the next slide will show us that these are our key drivers. No? As an industry association, we would like to inform policy development on AI driven by innovation for us. So industry, we all want innovation in the industry. We all need to have this formalization of skills and competencies in the industry and being produced as our future workforce from the educational institutions, and at the same time making sure that we are protecting human rights. So how do we do this as an industry association? You remember that ecosystem. We form committees and councils among ourselves. We're composed of, right now, 80 plus corporate members, the likes of Ayala Corporation, RCBC, Big BPOs, Teleperformance, and so on, and 1,500 plus individual members who can be students, can be teachers, or could be very experienced AI practitioners. So when we form these committees and councils, what we discuss are actually what we need to regulate ourselves. So we practice day in, day out, or we teach it day in, day out, we learn it, but how do we know that what we are doing is actually at par with not just on the standards, on the technical standards, but as well as with how it's supposed to serve humanity in general? How do you say that it is actually protecting human lives as well? So there is no practice for that. There is just a new discipline in AI, and that is called AI safety, which is the prevention of potential and testable harms in AI or from AI. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Kung yung self-driving car po natin ay hindi natin na-test if it actually is 100% harmless, hindi siya makakasagasa ng kahit sino. But we know that that's not really the case. There's been some incidents that have been reported, and this is part of that science, no, of AI safety. Right now in the Philippines, there's no practice yet, or formal practice at least, on AI safety. But in our ASEAN neighbors po, meron na po sila. AI Safety Institute in Beijing, in Japan, and in Singapore. So isa po yan sa aspirations natin. But just to highlight what these key drivers need to be. So let me first start with innovation and how we inform of or how we have been working, kasi hindi lang po ito ngayon. We started working with government agencies even, actually not even 2023 here, but even before then, if you've heard of Project Sparta with the DOST and the DAP, and Course Bank. So we were, the AAP designed the learning pathways for the 5 or 6 data careers back then, no? And that is a form of, in the next slide on the skills. But on innovation, on innovation, we had to partner with the government agency to make sure that we also scale our efforts in promoting responsible AI. So I'll tell you about responsible AI in a bit, but just so you know that this is how we need to be working, no, as an industry association. Together with the DICT, who is mandated to promote technology such as AI, we in fact conducted AI ideation workshops for schools and universities outside of Metro Manila. So this is to make sure that they are already also included in our upskilling programs, just starting with ideation. So no technical training first, but just ideation of what it can be and how responsible use may be, they may be made aware, no, as at that early level when they're still in the university. So we finished this with the DICT, and I think it was in Legazpi City yung last po natin. We also promote as an association what we call an organizational maturity model. This is how companies or organizations can get ready for analytics and AI. Hindi lang po kasi data and technology or the tools ang kailangan natin to have this in place or implemented, but we also need leadership. We also need clear objectives. We need the proper path for those that we will hire to actually develop, maintain, and sustain these solutions, and so on. So actually, pito po yun, hindi ko memorize. Okay. And then, on the innovation is, and this is what I will end up with later, we are developing with the DTI, the National AI Governance Framework, and this is a guide, a set of guidelines to help industries to guide, no, their innovations, at the same time being very aware of how of the potential harm or risks, no, as they innovate. So on the skills, the driver first skills, ito yung medyo mas marami po tayong nagawa na, because when we started in 2018, our focus was really on upskilling on data science and analytics. Now with AI, so we just continued and upgraded or updated our what we call the skills framework. And if you've heard of this, so this was launched in May 2024, so the Philippine Skills Framework for Analytics and AI. It's a very detailed guide for you to see that across the different career paths in data, from data analyst, data engineers, AI engineers, meron pa pong AI educators na track. So from the very beginning, associate data analyst, for example, tinapatan po natin yan ng PQF. You're familiar with the PQF? So if sa TESDA kaya na nilang mag-offer ng program that can be NC2, NC3, dinefine na rin po namin yon sa PSF. So we took a lot of time and effort just building this, and we're proud to say that this is the first very intensive, no, industry-led talaga yung pag-design po natin ng skills framework. So what it was turned over to DepEd, SHED, TESDA, and Association of Schools in May, in a ceremony in BGC. But after that, we know that this kind of technology, AI, evolves so fast. So when you say that this is, let's say, introduction to programming po yung nakalagay na isang competency dun sa isang career path, maybe 2 years from now or maybe 2 months from now, we don't know, AI can code on their own. So kailangan pa ba yun? So that's just to exaggerate the point that we need to update the PSF. So who will update the PSF? Who do we think needs to own this responsibility to update a skills framework, which is between the educational institutions and the employers? Kasi ina-address niya yung skills mismatch eh. would we say that this is the agencies po natin that are in charge of producing the skills from the future workforce, or yung pong magpo-provide ng jobs? Parang wala. Is it dole? Hindi ko po alam. Hindi ko po alam. To be honest, hindi ako maalam sa organization ng public sector. So in the meantime, we from the private sector, we from the industry, we need this. We need this for ourselves anyway. If you're a hiring manager or recruiting manager, you will need to know, what do I need to look for when I'm hiring a data scientist versus a data engineer? Ano po ba yung difference? You look at the PSF, then you will know. 2 years from now, it has evolved. You know, you have a different set of competencies and skills, and maybe the levels have been adjusted. The NCs in the PQF will have been adjusted. So someone needs to be doing that. That's just my point. For now, kami po ang caretakers because ayaw namin siyang ma-put to waste. No? So we are all just volunteers and ensuring that this lives. We also have been taking part in defining the AI and big data standards, working with the DTI Bureau of Philippine Standards since 2022. Unfortunately, it is not as mainstreamed, or not all practitioners know about this yet, but this is basically ISO standards, IEEE standards, and we localize that here in the Philippines. So we help the DTI do that. We provide resource persons, and we also work with other industry associations to customize their upskilling program. So for example, with IBPAP, for the IT BPM sector that we always talk about na baka may job displacement sa kanila. So what we do is we just match the PSF kung saan ang entry point ng team leader nila, for example. So ano na yung skills na meron. So you just match it. So that's how we work with different industry associations so that their paths to upskilling on AI is very defined. Right? Now, lastly, on the human rights, marami din po tayong initiatives na. So what has been highlighted earlier are the many things that could also pose harm sa atin. No? So either physical or not, but we need to watch out for those. So since 2023, so we participated in workshops. The ICT has invited the ITU to cascade their gender-sensitive AI policies here in the Philippines, and the AP have provided our recommendations. We can send you a copy if you're interested. And we also always, we help facilitate the discussion so that they have this angle na yung perspective ng technology side. So we have identified as well what AI regulations or policies are needed, may be needed from the public sector. This is, I think, about to come out. If you've heard of the JMC ng DICT and the Civil Service Commission, we also facilitated the workshops across, I think that was around 60 agencies. This was to come up with the principles and guidelines for ethical and trustworthy AI in public sector. I was told that September daw yung launch. Hindi pala itong taon, joke lang. September yung target nila, so maybe next month nila mailalabas. And then, last but not the least, so within AAP, we have established a responsible analytics and AI council, and it's composed of members coming from different sectors as well. And Attorney Jello Santiago from the UP Law Center is part of this council. And we are defining a code of ethics for AI practitioners. So doon sa mga bumubuo at gumagawa ng AI, doon pa lang dapat meron na tayong sort of pang-prevent po nung potential harm. So that is part of also what we do together at the AAP. So which aspects do you think can wait for legislation? Balikan po natin yung tanong na yon. When the technology itself evolves much faster, if you, just a quick trivia lang po, ang ChatGPT, they release up to 6 new features per month. Per month. So kung ang batas po natin na mabubuo ay 1 taon, pinakamabilis, ano na kayang itsura nung ChatGPT? Baka physical na siya, no? Pagdating ng panahon na yon. We also have to recognize that the end users of these technologies have quickly adopted, and they will just want more. They will expect more. As we speak, the AI natives are being born. Diba, yung digital natives nga natakot tayo, nagkaroon tayo ng gap, no, sa pag-meet ng demands nila, no, at least for commercial organizations. And AI harm is real, and right now no one is accountable. So for the AI safety incidents that I mentioned, like si Waze, self-driving cars, no one is being held accountable up to now, right? So just very quickly, I just want to recap our overall goal here is actually hindi naman po siya imposible, but let us try to define what that looks like. This is what it's supposed to be, no? A trustworthy AI system, and this is definition by the NIST. So yung adjectives natin kanina, no, ipa-plot lang natin siya like this, but these are the principles, the values that have to stick sa minds natin when we talk about this is the goal, no? Trustworthy AI system. Right, and we know that AI has been highlighted as a key technology to achieve our goals in the PDP natin. Okay, so what we need is a national AI governance framework that serves as a guide in designing, developing, deploying, using, and monitoring of trustworthy AI systems. This is very high level. Marami po siyang detalye dun sa report and parang request namin, ano. But just for you to know, this is at least what is needed. If we cannot come out with a law yet or a policy, maybe a guide. It's not too bad, right? But at least there's something. So we also need to know who is responsible for which area, particularly in the government. Ano po yung areas of collaboration dapat? If in EU, they can mobilize, you know, cross countries. Sa atin po, isang bansa lang, ano ba yung areas ng collaboration natin dapat? Dun sa mga minention ko po na agencies, AAP is there, working with the DTI, DICT, DOST, DOLE, and hopefully some others, DAP, CSC. Pero meron po bang isa na mag-own nung parang tinatawag sana natin na may policy, may pending bill on the creation of AI Development Authority, but maybe we can have a task force in the meantime. So I think that is that hopefully is doable. And with this framework, we hope to initiate the culture of governance in public sector. So last two slides is what are the interventions that we need, that we highly recommend to achieve our goal. Very, very practical. What can we identify in the regulation space na pwedeng simulan ngayon or maybe i-revisit, like na-point out na po ni Attorney Maricel, we can afford to wait for it. What are those? Okay. And then, medium term, i-align lang po and implement key frameworks. I'll share one framework later on. And then the very short-term doable today, or sinimulan na rin namin a few months ago, to mainstream the use of global standards. Yun lang. So you're like a self-auditing AI practitioner, or you are in the procurement department, you can also use the global standards for evaluating or procuring AI solutions. So meron na po kasi siya. We don't need to start from scratch. So an example of the long-term strategy is to just revisit and update existing laws as needed, and look at the creation of an AI office. May models na po on structures sa EU in particular, and we don't need to copy that exactly, but the functions really make sense, no? Kung kahit anong bansa pa. A key framework that we will advocate for is the NIST AI Risk Management Framework, wherein si Attorney Maricel also mentioned every industry will have a different context for identifying its risk category. So we can focus on high risk first. Let's say the self-driving car example is high risk AI versus a recommendation in Shopee na nagkamali. Diba? Magkaiba. Diba? Magkaiba po. So, ano yung high risk? We can prioritize those. We can work with the industries that actually already has existing ethical guidelines in their practice. In healthcare, for example, meron naman na po. So titignan lang natin, we'll work with them to ensure that it can also include in the scope yung use of AI for their industry. And then lastly, again, something we can do as soon as today, looking at the standards that are available for AI management systems, big data and related technologies, and just considering, for your internal organizations, how to implement or use the skills frameworks for analytics and AI. So overall, we have to see which ones work. We have to see which ones will actually be harmful or pose maybe other risks or potential harm, and just keep track of those. Right now, meron po bang naglalog niyan sa Pilipinas? I don't know if there is one, but we need to start counting, right, and reporting. So to end, the goal really is that trustworthy AI may look like this. We are not prevented from using the technology to innovate. Innovations can flourish, but at the same time, human lives can flourish. We are not threatened by it. This has that basic assumption that the national system has mechanisms to govern AI systems. So I hope you will consider all our recommendations. Thank you.
For you to ask questions, you may raise your hands and state your name. Anyone? Okay, shy pa rin sila hanggang ngayon. Ano? So, allow me to ask the questions was posted on the online. And maybe I can ask Attorney Abel to ask his question in person. Attorney Abel is one of our participants in the Senior Leaders Track who just came from our international learning course in South Korea, where they bragged that they have among the first legislations on AI, promoting and regulating AI. So perhaps Attorney Abel can also.
I need to preface my question. Right now, AI is a tool. So basically, there are decision makers, then there's AI. So if something happens because of AI, the decision maker who used the AI information is the one held accountable. So at some point in the future, through machine learning, AI will surpass human capacity to understand and process. In such situation, have you considered how we can formulate a policy for accountability and transparency for those affected by AI-driven programs? That's basically my question. Addressed to any of you.
Thank you, Attorney. I think in terms of accountability, and even our pending bills already provide for that aspect of accountability. So while you mentioned that for now, or maybe what the present or existing legislation have is the accountability of the users. So maybe we can also consider the accountability of developers or deployers of AI system to ensure that whatever they are developing is within the in compliance of existing laws, especially the Data Privacy Protection and the Cyber Crime Act and all other related laws, and it foresee the potential impact not only to the users but also to other individuals that may be affected by the AI system, especially their personal or personal data, which involves the processing of that AI.
Our view, and we've had many discussions and debates also around this, especially working with the technology providers. You know how they are. Meron din po silang office and representatives here in the Philippines that we engage with. IBM Attorney Princess is one of those. So if we argue that it should be the developer who created the algorithm that may be biased or that has caused harm, it is, ano bang term for that? Maraming pwedeng idahilan. Sasabihin niya na, no, the tool that I use, let's say I just built on top of ChatGPT. Right? Because you can. So you are called a deployer in that sense. So you're not a developer. You just use an existing AI solution. So you go to ChatGPT, you ask OpenAI for their documentation, and they disclose whatever data they use, and so on and so forth, right? But they will say, oh, but I am covered by the laws and regulations of my country, right? So, and then titignan po natin yung underlying ano din yan, no? So, titignan mo na rin yung technical, yung buong framework ko, kasi there are many layers also to the technology. So even you can go down to the operating systems if you want and audit that, right? If wala dyang nakaplant na thing, may hardware na ngayon din that has AI, the chips have AI. So how far do you want to audit and evaluate, right? Syempre for us, if it is causing any potential harm, which we don't know yet right now, kailangan natin talagang mag-due diligence and really audit everything, right? We're hoping that in this case na nahuhuli ang Pilipinas na sa pag-adopt ng AI at paggawa ng regulations, we are really thinking it may not be a bad thing because we are learning from the mistakes of the others and the challenges also. So pag meron ng existing case that we can use as an example, right? Okay, how did they handle this? Then from there, we can create our own policies. What is more bagay or mas suitable for us and our existing laws? So I think I don't have that answer as to who needs to be accountable, but just giving you a perspective, then we do a full audit if that's what it takes. Right?
Okay. Yes, follow-up question? Okay, so any other question from the floor? Okay, mukhang wala pa rin. So allow me to ask the next question, ma'am. There was mentioned earlier that we already have pending bills, no? But at the same time, the pace of the development of the technology is so fast. And as you mentioned, there is already that question of who will be accountable, no? And may I ask you the question of how can we have here the people in Congress, how can we speed up, no, the discussions on these pending legislations, and how can Congress work with the industry to further develop this legal framework?
Okay. Talaga po ba? Meron po bang taga-Congress dito? Is it my lucky day?
They are all from Congress,
really?
ma'am.
Okay, it's my lucky day today. Okay, I was present in the 2 meetings where the review of the draft AI bills were done. No? So sa ICT committee po ni Kong Toby. The action item, I think that was April. The action item was to create a TWG, which was to be headed by Kong Benitez. And we know where he is na now. So nawalan po na siya ng ano. And I think we will restart. I don't know how it goes. But like how do we pick up the discussions before? Although I do realize that that is not yet a, what do you call that? Parang you're reviewing parang everyone was just reading a letter of support, something like that. So I think it will take how many meetings more to actually get to the point where you get to see if it will be approved next year or what. No? So I guess my question is if it is possible to resume the discussions and just appoint, is it as easy to just appoint a new TWG head? I don't know. And with upcoming elections, I don't know how the timeline gets affected. Yan po.
Ma'am, 30
Yes,
seconds.
I concur with her statement, but maybe just to add, maybe we cannot answer as to when it should be speed up or it will be passed, but maybe as to how activities like this or events like this, which involves public and all the other experts here and can contribute to encourage or even to convince our legislator to speed up the passing of some laws or bills. Public awareness is also important because we cascade or share the knowledge about the importance of having the legislation because of, we also mentioned the rapid pace of AI. So we have to keep up. So before everything becomes obsolete, at least we already have the regulation in place. So I think this kind of activities helps our legislator to be convinced of passing legislation, which is already needed at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I wonder if there are people who are aware of that the meetings before. No? Yes, I see someone from the back. Ano lang yun?
This could be a digression to the topics at hand, but I was just thinking, on top of all of this, discourse on the AI, because there is already a new procurement act, and maybe AI, since they are drafting the implementing rules and regulation, maybe AI could be helpful with respect to looking at the global environment with respect to procuring very, very highly technical equipment that maybe through AI, AI could be helpful if our experts were able to look at it also on that kind of perspective. How can AI be used in terms of vis-a-vis the new procurement law that was already enacted? Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am, thank you for that. I agree also with her suggestion because after all, AI should complement our human skills or intelligence, and it's supposed to speed up things, and it's an innovation. So its purpose is really to provide efficiency, and it also has it can also significantly reduce error. So it can help in the said procurement. So yeah, I agree with her comment, or if that is a suggestion.
Okay. Si ma'am. So anything else from the floor? So we have a question here from posted online. Supposedly it's addressed to the AP. They're asking for if there are trainings or seminars related to, it says here cyber intelligence, but perhaps also on data analytics. And siguro I will respond that yes, we have a program in the AP, the Sparta program, that provides trainings. And I think si Ma'am mentioned it, that they help in the development of these trainings. And they are available to the public. But in relation to that, perhaps I can ask our resource persons what is needed for us. Well, AI being a technology that potentially be all-encompassing, and what is needed for the population and for the public to be ready for it.
Hirap ng tanong ni Sir. Ano ba tayo? Ahead of time, kaya marami tayong question. Joke lang. I like the question because it allows me to promote our other programs. So, meron pong mga taga-DepEd or CHED ngayon? Wala po sila. Okay.
Most of these ma'am are from Congress.
From Congress
But
talaga.
probably there's people here who are working for the Committee on Education.
Okay. Okay. I'll share po with you that it was actually very fresh. No? Just yesterday, we had a meeting with EDCOM2 and IBPAP and talking about, in concrete terms, how we can do a mass upskilling on AI. So first is, when we talk about AI, upskilling on AI, there are many tracks. So you can be a designer, a developer, a deployer, and so on and so forth, right? But if you can imagine that even at the grade school level, marunong na po silang gumamit, right? So they're end users of AI. But what kind of AI upskilling yung kailangan nila? So we need to be teaching how to use it responsibly, right? So yung mga na-miss natin before na social media platform responsible use, habulin po natin, i-reinforce natin at the basic education level. So when you are about to graduate or senior high school graduate or graduating from tertiary, meron din pong dapat mahanap na upskilling program that's appropriate for you. From the employer side, they have to identify which particular jobs will be needing AI skills, right? So it is like a crisscross ng parang if you do a mapping, no, masyadong complicated. That's why the PSF is there to guide us. But we cannot make it on time, such that the ones that are graduating right now, they may be in limbo if the employer is already expecting that you have AI skills, that you can do prompt engineering. Or of course, you can learn that like in 1 week, a few days or something. Depends on the course that you need, right? But kanino pong funds manggagaling yung pang-training niya nun? Kasi sa test daw wala pang libre. Or maybe sa DAP, gagawa pa lang tayo ng content, right? So we cannot keep up. But there are already online courses that are available. In fact, yesterday, Coursera was offering, right? Pero may bayad po yun. So my point is, if we have all the intent to act on this fast, I think we have to realize that it may not be on the side of the educational agencies or on the side of the industry or DOLE even. So may bridging po na program na kinakailangan na mabilis, malaki ang scale, and an online platform like DAP, what DAP can offer for Sparta, that would be ideal. And we just have to do it right away. Kasi po, ayaw nating may mga in limbo na mga graduates. So that is being discussed, and maybe si ma'am from DAP can also be included in the discussions. But we in the industry are the ones also pushing for this. Kasi we need to hire. We also have hiring targets. And if you heard from IBPAP, no, they have, I think, 1.7 million jobs that are needing warm bodies by 2028. So where do we find them if they are not skilled enough?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree with the upskilling. So it's in terms of upskilling in terms of the organization, sometimes it's easier, especially, for example, an organization that purchase, for example, any case AI from Attorney Gio, it's easier for them to implement upskilling of their employees. But what about what about the public? And then what about those who will be displaced, or what about those who will go through transition? I agree with the funding. Maybe we can add that as part of our legal framework, the funding and incentives. And what else is needed? Maybe the involvement of other sectors apart from upskilling. There are issues we have pointed out earlier, such as, for example, in self-driving cars or autonomous cars. So, for example, if if it figured an accident, who will be the responsible or who will be accountable for that? CBIL codes provides for the registered owner, but is it applicable in that case as well? How about the insurance? Who is going to claim the insurance? Who will be accountable? Is it the developer, manufacturer, or the registered owner? Things like that. In terms of intellectual property, property rights, because of the AI development, there has been some concerns about artistic works, either the articles or even the arts or paintings taken without permission or compensation. Things like that can be considered, and maybe intellectual property office take on the matter should be also considered. As to the healthcare, the Department of Health, because there are also AI and AI systems that are being used for diagnosing diseases, or even assisting in giving or providing treatment plans. So I think those sectors in the health should also be involved in terms of this kind of public awareness, or in crafting laws or bills. We already tackled the education, the labor and the transportation, the healthcare, maybe the finance, because AI are also being used for credit scoring. So things like that. This sector should also be involved in terms of crafting bill. Their take on the matter should be considered.
Okay, we would like to call one last question for the floor. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Angelo Santiago from UP Law Center. So I'm a lawyer. Ako po yan nabanggit ni Ma'am kanina. I would just like to add on to what they said, no, na education is important, and part of ethics or being ethical is being educated about things. I would just like to make an observation, like in the past years, when we talk about AI, when we talk about data science, it's mostly technical. And ethics is just a limitation to the study. So we get deployment of AI solutions, tapos biglang, oops, meron palang widespread destruction na nangyayari. And so I would just like to add on na I wish educational sessions would have multidisciplinary approaches as well. Because normally, I took data science, and then the coursework was just technical. And that's what I'm fearful of, because as a lawyer myself, am I violating the law with what I'm doing in class? So hopefully more multidisciplinary discussions crop up, and I'm sure AAP is at the forefront of combining all of these expertise for that, so that we could have a better AI policy framework. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I think that was a comment, and our resource persons do not have further comments. So at this point, we'd like to close this session, and allow me to just synthesize. Attorney Sika talked about the transformative benefits as well as the innovations involving AI, but also mentioned about the risks involved, as well as the ethical, security, and social challenges. And she also described where we are in terms of developing our legislative framework. She mentioned the pending bills in Congress. At the same time, Ms. Alarcon talked about the industry's efforts in informing public policy on AI, as well as in developing the skills, as well as the standards, the industry standards on AI. So I hope that this session gives us a short background or context of where we are in terms of our legislative framework on AI. So thank you so much for your participation in this session. So at this point, we'd like to give our certificate of appreciation to
And the Vice President for Center for Governance. May I also request DSG Maling and Executive Director Sarano and President Travago to come up on stage. Thank you.
is navigating the future of public policy for all. It aims to surface or explore the insights and key takeaways of our conference by looking into the future of public policy that we want from a public sector perspective. It also hopes to identify the challenges, opportunities, and possible policy recommendations that can be explored to open up possibilities for partnerships to harness the benefits of technology, particularly artificial intelligence for national and policy development. So let me just talk about the structure of this particular session, and this will begin with a pulse question that I will ask each of our panelists, followed by a moderated discussion, and we will open the floor with a Q&A session so that you may all participate, either standing up and raising your question or through our online Q&A worksheet. Okay, so we have for this afternoon, and we're very pleased to have with us Attorney Zarina Grace Serrano, the Executive Director for Legislation of the Senate of the Philippines. Mr. Dante Roberto Maling, Deputy Secretary General for Legislative Information Resource Management Department of the House of Representatives. Sir, you have a lot of fans in this room. And of course, our DAP President and Chief Executive Officer of the Development Academy of the Philippines, Dr. Mahalea Ravago. So we will ask them the questions, and I would like to kickstart by questioning our panelists with this question. So after hearing all the presentations, I'm sure we've heard a lot, we've learned a lot, and we see how important emerging technologies like artificial intelligence in the work of the Congress, and perhaps how instrumental the capability institutions like the DAP, in pushing forward its use for policy making. So may I ask, and anyone may start, how might emerging technologies like artificial intelligence enhance public policy making in the country? So I see Sir Maling picking up the microphone.
I was trying to pass it on to the beauties first before age.
But since you have the microphone, sir, you may start.
Okay.
Thank you.
With regards to the first question, that do you believe that emerging technologies as artificial intelligence enhance public policy making in a country? And if so, in what ways? I would dare reply a careful yes. As we in the Legislative Information Resources Management Department is using AI right now in streamlining our processes. This is consistent with our mission to streamline our processes. But I still qualify this answer with the word careful, in as much as I believe that there is still a universe of challenges that we have to overcome before we fully embrace AI as the go-to guy with regards to policy making and fully assimilate AI into our work processes.
Okay, very short, but I think the message there is to be cautious about its use. But we see a lot of potential in AI for our. Thank you, sir. So, Attorney Serrano already has her microphone. If you could respond, how might we enhance public policy making using AI?
So, policy making, as we know, is a very tedious process which involves and requires a lot of manpower, a lot of resources, a lot of time. And often, we're always under a very strict timeline. So, AI can help simplify the processes, provide us with the data at our fingertips. And also, I think everyone will agree that the best kind of policies are evidence-based. And unfortunately, we're still not there. Evidence-based policy making in our country needs improvement. So if we can craft policies based on real-time data, then that would be very helpful, because commonly in hearings, we hear the senators and the congressmen, they ask for data, and at times they're available, but sometimes they're outdated. So in that respect, it can help us formulate data that is targeted, that is responsive, and then also we can evaluate the policies that we put in place. For example, in train law, we lowered the excise taxes on hybrid vehicles to encourage its use. So can we measure whether, to encourage its use and also to help the environment? So did we achieve those things? Are we able to achieve what the policies want to achieve? So we can evaluate also using artificial intelligence. So there's a lot of room actually for use of artificial intelligence. For example, we've encountered whether should we update our list of 4-piece beneficiaries? Have these people graduated? And we hear of instances where people who are not actually eligible are receiving it. So in that way, I think we can be more efficient. We can deliver better services to our people. And also, if we have hard data, I think it can also equip our legislators to be braver in a way, because in the face of hard data and updated data, it's so hard. I mean, it would be hard to lobby against hard data and real data. So in that way, I think we can also equip our legislators to make unpopular but important decisions.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Serrano. And maybe here next, Attorney Dr. Ravago.
Naging attorney na. Well, this is a recap session, so the answer actually to that question you've heard already, so that's the good thing about having this last session. And of course, kudos to the team that put this conference together, led by, of course, Amy Caluen, Janice, Gabby. So I'd like to take this opportunity and invite those who organized this to stand and be recognized. So it's really a good session. So kudos to the team. Now, of course, with the question of enhancing the efficiency of making policy making, no, with the use of AI, of course, there's a lot of potential, as we have heard earlier. First is I'd like to only take 2 examples that was mentioned already, enhancing efficiency and productivity. And I'd like to take a very specific examples that we can all relate to, especially ang mga technical staff. When we have multiple bills at the House of Representatives, right, or multiple bills filed by different senators, you make matrices, right? And then at the end of those committee hearings, you also form a technical working group. And then sometimes you also send those matrices, to the academe and to the other scholars for inputs. So the use of AI can reduce that time to, from crafting the bill and up to making it into law. So I think you've seen like the examples made by NS Dennis earlier, that even in the survey, it reduces the time in coming up with the data. I think the same thing can be done in coming up with laws, or from having the bills and then into law. So the use of AI can really increase the productivity at the House of Representatives and also at the Senate. And then another thing that was already mentioned is transparency. The use of AI can improve transparency in policy making. So why is that? We've often hear about the allegations of midnight insertions in our bill. If there is a digital footprint, that can be avoided. It's an allegation, of course, okay? I did not say. It's an allegation, but that can be avoided because we will have a digital footprint, right? And that can enhance transparency, and that would also keep the toes of our legislator in place, because there is that digital footprint that the media can pick up, and also, enhance the maturity also of our voters. So those are two examples that can really, and that can, the use of AI can enhance policy making. And again, AI and disruptive technologies, this is my last point, is that it is a tool. So earlier we had, there was a question raised that some of the technical staff of legislator are using AI to come up with the speech of the legislator, and it's kind of embarrassing. It's because if you do that, you're no different from those who buy dissertation from a vendor in Quiapo, right? Because you just, and this time it's free, right? Because it's not, in doing that, you're not recognizing AI as a tool, right? So it's a tool, as again, as mentioned earlier, you still need to use your brain. You use that as your outline, but you still need to read it. I'm also a consumer of AI, but you don't just use it in toto. So in that sense, if you're using AI, ChatGPT, prime example of AI right now, and then you just copy the output of ChatGPT, then it's as if like it's embarrassing, and that's how people are also resisting the use of AI, because there is that connotation that if you use ChatGPT, you copy the output of ChatGPT, then you're not using your brain, right? So we're very proud, right? So use it as a tool to enhance productivity, to make things faster. Now, having said that, we need a national AI framework, because this is policy making. It's already mentioned that DTI has a national AI strategy governance, but that's only for SMEs and private sector. DOST also came up with a, I think, ethical and governance of AI. Other government institutions, the ICT, they also have it, but it's like government agencies are operating in silos. So we need a national AI policy framework. NEDA, our DAP's mother agency, is trying to come up with this. And there are already bills at the Congress, right? House of Representatives and also at the Senate. But it was also mentioned that maybe it's good that we are lagging behind, because we are learning from the advanced countries. So they also learned, okay, even the advanced countries like the EU and also the US, they are also grappling with the use of AI. But one thing, of course, they are already advanced relative to developing countries like the Philippines. In developing or crafting the policy framework for AI, it's kind of different from what we've been used to, because it's very fast, right? So the national policy framework that we're going to adopt has to be adaptive in nature, responsive, and proactive, because the technology changes very fast. And we're used to having an IRR, so that we know, you know the phrase, right? Do not change the rules in the middle of the game. It's different for AI. We have to change the rules in the middle of the game, or we will be left behind. So the IRR and the bills that we're going to develop has to be adaptive. So it will be different from the rest of the bills that we did. So you have a very critical role to play because you will play a critical part in writing that national AI framework. So do not resist. Mentioned by Dr. Soon to be doctor, right? Do not resist AI. Embrace it. If you resist AI, you will be the one to be displaced. Use AI as a tool, but we still need to use our brain in using that tool. So please be the whisperer to the legislator in championing the use of AI.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. That's quite a lot. But may I go back to DSG Maling? You said that you're actually starting to use some technologies in your work in Congress. No? So can you give us more details on this?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we are employing AI in record keeping, in facilitating our work processes, such as in research and writing some, again, in writing some communications. We're still in the process of not totally embracing AI, but using it as a guide and as a training tool for our people. Also, we have been in the forefront actually of using AI in this institution by advocating its use across the institution. We have taken the lead by doing a series of workshops on AI, covering such as AI essentials, AI tools and applications in content writing, research, and graphic design, and also we are also integrating AI into initiatives, improving our systems and procedures and our capabilities in the LIRMD.
Okay. May I just quickly follow up, sir? If there was a situation when you needed to do some balancing act of what has been generated through AI and human decisions, no? In the aid of policy formulation or oversight work of the Congress?
Well, I will not pretend to be an expert on AI use, but I will just cite specific examples in our workplace. With regards to LIRMD, very limited po we use AI in a limited sense. Not totally to write laws or propose laws and everything. But we use it only for an inventory of our reference material. So with regards to conflicts in ethics, I don't think we will ever encounter that because we just put out the information out there. We just give them whatever inventory we have, whatever kind of reference materials we have at the LIRMD. With regards to the actual writing, we leave it to the researchers to call whatever information they get from our library, from our museum and our archives, and come up with proposals for the principals. But as far as creating the environment of conflict with regards to the use of AI, I don't think we are not that fully exposed to that.
Okay. Then maybe I can throw the same question within that context to the one in the actual scene, which is legislation. So, Attorney Serrano, how do you think can we balance the use of AI and the need for human judgment, no, in lawmaking and oversight functions of Congress?
Okay, so we do not want to replicate the mistakes that we committed when social media became part of our mainstream, and you know, the movie Social Network didn't age too well. So and because of that, so it generated so many unexpected, a good thing had so many unintended consequences, you know. disinformation, fake news, all these things. And because of that, I think we have a tendency to be wary of AI. But then I think we will not be able to maximize its benefits if we will regulate from a place of fear. I think a lot of you here will agree that there is a tendency for legislators to regulate. Their idea of regulation is restricting, penalizing, which is actually not healthy if we are to enable the use of artificial intelligence. Because we have to enable the use of artificial intelligence because there's just so much potential in agriculture, in education. I've been reading about it before I came here, and it's amazing, actually. I'm in awe. So we cannot regulate from a place of fear, and the only way to do that is if we're able to build capacity. So capacity shouldn't be just localized or monopolized by the private companies and those big guns. I think government should also spearhead capacity building because we cannot properly regulate what we do not understand. So if we understand, like, we should start now, like before it catches up to us, because we're always in this game of trying to catch up with technology. And of course it will happen because it's so fast-paced, like what the speaker earlier said. ChatGPT has developed new features within 6 months. There are AI-generated videos, not just photos, that are similar to what Hollywood produces. So it's amazing. But we have to really be able to build their capacity. And it should start from educating even at the grade school level. So I saw that Singapore is very active in this. Since 2019, they came up with a framework. And they're also putting a lot of budget in developing AI. And they're not just harnessing local talent and reskilling and upskilling, but they're also collaborating with foreign vendors. So they also have this arrangements with visiting professors who are experts in their field so that they can get the best from the best practices and the best information from all over the world. And then, so they're build capacity, and then, so, you know, if we can pilot certain programs so that we can also, but it's good to hear that government agencies are beginning to use AI. But I think, so I'm as much an expert in AI as most of you are here, which means I'm not. But what I am familiar with and what I do know about is how to make laws. And I think no matter what the topic is, our anchors as policymakers shouldn't change. And these are the fundamental principles of democracy, which are enshrined in our Constitution: the right to information, freedom of expression. So transparency is also a facet of the right to information, and accountability. So we need to determine who will be accountable, how they will be made accountable, and we should give people remedies if they feel that they are wronged by the technology. And then also transparency would also help us obtain the trust of the people and give us some confidence when we use these technologies. So I think there would be maybe in the form of disclosures. So how was AI used? How was the technology developed? We need to be transparent without making it too onerous for AI developers or AI practitioners. So we should still, as we regulate, we should find the sweet spot between regulating and enabling innovation. So, there.
Okay. So, DSG Maling?
Well, I just like to add on to what Attorney has said. I think we also should strike a good balance between the role of government, being either being a facilitator or a regulator. Again, Attorney has spoken about penalties and whatever that needs to be done when, if ever people commit violations. But probably we could also be used as facilitators in the use of these emerging technologies. Again, as she mentioned, capacity building, coming up with certain institutions that will promote the use of AI in a responsible manner.
Thank you, DSG Maling and Attorney Serrano. And mentioning capacity building and building awareness is a good take-off point to shift to the microphone and ask our President in terms of how can AI be leveraged to enhance the capacity of the civil service in crafting evidence-based and effective policies?
Yes, so that's the mandate of DAP, right? So for those of you who are not very familiar with DAP is mandated to build the capacity of the public service, so mainly government employees. And since it's attachment agencies, so that we are all on the same page. Okay, so that's why that AI policy framework is really very important. So we crafted that concept note and this initiative and submitted it as part of our budget. So you are the whisperer of your principals. So hopefully that will be part of the GAA. But having said that, it doesn't mean to say that it's only DAP alone. So currently we are, DAP is being externally reviewed, and it's already coming up that if it's DAP alone who are, so we hope with your support, we hope we can do that.
Okay, so capacity building would be a big work for this emerging technology, and we definitely would like to partner with the president of the association for the training offerings that they already have, and using it in the based on the skills framework that is already available. So at this point, I'd like to entertain questions from the floor. I'm sure with everything that we've heard, there are very pressing questions that you may have. So please approach the microphone and introduce yourself. Don't be shy. They don't want daw to ask their boss. You should take advantage of this opportunity. Please? Questions, please. Yes, there. Please.
Hello, all right. Hi again, I'm Angelo Santiago from UP Law Center. I would just like to ask, we're all for transparency, and I'm great that our government agencies are going that direction, but what about certain government agencies who do not want to go transparent? How might we encourage them? For example, earlier I was discussing about digital signatures, and what's the good thing about digital signatures? Well, we could have timestamps, and you can verify the identity of the signer. But then some agencies, or not just agencies, but some people would want, for example, antedate stuff. Would run counter to transparency. So how might we encourage? Should it be the step that we're going towards? Thank you.
So, ma'am?
I'll go first, since
Okay.
I'm not part of the Congress. So incentives matter, okay? That's number one lesson in economics. So that's why we need the framework, the law. If it's a law, it's mandated. Okay, and then that's where the crafting of the IRR matters. So that can be part of, the IPCR, the PBB, the ARTA. So that's part of because it's already mandated, like digital transformation and innovation, there's already a law. So we need that policy framework and the accompanying IRR that is adaptive and proactive. So meaning to say it's not cast in stone because technology moves.
Thank you, ma'am. Attorney?
My answer would be similar. So because the way to really encourage encourage behavior. There's no such thing as just encourage behavior. There's no such thing as just encouraging government agencies to do something. There has to be either an incentive. Government agencies to do something. There has to be either an incentive or it has to be mandated. So it's usually it has to be mandated. So it's usually that's why so many agencies ask for certain service delivery, public welfare, and And if we partner with stakeholders and try to know what their needs are, and if they are also empowered to contribute, or to know what their needs are, to express what their needs are, and how AI can address them, then we can make more effective policies. Then we can make more effective policies, and we can ensure in that way that when their feedback is taken into consideration, that really the policies and the technology will be for their benefit, for the welfare of the public.
To build on that, I think we all should actively engage our representatives, especially during their time with the constituents in their districts. Give them feedback, present to them position papers, probably get appointments with them, and just throw out your concerns about the legislation they are producing. Right now, I think a large part of the membership of the House of Representatives are young, so they go out into the streets. They are your group, the millennials, the Gen Z, and they are open to communications. Unlike the traditional type of politicians who would rather have, who would rather have things written. The millennials, the Gen Zs would rather have personal engagements with you, and you should use that time. If you don't engage your representatives that actively, they would just presume that what they're doing is okay, and then later on we would have apprehensions as to the final laws. Thank you.
Just to add another point. So,
To whisper to our principal.
Wala sa net, but we wrote all the senators.
To whisper to our principal.
Wala sa net, but we wrote all the senators.
Yeah.
We'll send you a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you. But we hope we would be able to do that. If not this year, maybe next year. Because we really need it.
Agencies kasi directly linked kay Seneda eh. Diba? You are the ones formulating these development plans for the whole, practically for including the whole Philippines. So you have a distinct advantage over other agencies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lucy, for checking us. Anyway, I'd like to just quickly read a comment from our online platform. And he or she said that, am I the only one who is afraid of AI? How can the government assure us the privacy of a simple Juan de la Cruz be protected from fraud, identity theft, and all other risks, I think. So I think by nature, we have some aversion to share information, disclose personal information. So if you want to react on that, but are we afraid of AI? Oh no, isa lang yung sumagot. So yung hindi sumagot, afraid.
Again, from my side, I'd say a careful yes. Because still, I firmly believe that unless we come up with that unified framework, by which we could use AI, employ it, and assimilate it in our workplace, especially in policy making, we will be always in a blind. As it is, we in the LRMD are using only our personal restrictions or regulations in using AI. What we deem as moral, ethical, and acceptable. But otherwise, in the absence, one frustration I had last night is still searching the net over for a framework, a national framework on AI. I've come across the NEDA and the DTI program, the UP and the ICT proposed memorandum circular, joint memorandum circle. But again, fear, in the absence of actual information, fear sets in. And unless we have that information, and unless we have that thing we can hold on to protect privacy of data, security of data, we will always have that fear.
Okay, thank you.
Artificial intelligence tries to mimic human intelligence, right? But there are things that are not transferable. And according to an APEC policy paper, concepts such as justice, fairness, equity, these are things that AI doesn't fare as well on. So I think where the limitations of the AI big ends is where regulations should begin. So that's why the human element is still very important. We can't supplant human discretion and judgment with artificial intelligence. So that's where the discretion, the judgment of the legislators should come in. So where should we legislate, and up to what extent? Then with the end in mind of protecting fundamental rights such as right to privacy. These will be very crucial decision points that our legislators will be faced with soon enough. So we should be ready, and everyone here in the room has access to the policymakers. We should also help them and equip them so that these questions can, when the time comes, and the time is actually now, that the answers can be addressed properly through a very balanced framework, very balanced policy.
I think that fear of AI in general stems from our trust system in the Philippines. In other countries, you can open a bank account without going to the bank. Here in the Philippines, they would need your personal appearance and ID with signature, so that even our national ID would not be accepted because it doesn't bear our signature, right? And at least two IDs, right? And not everybody have IDs, right? So it's really our trust system. So it's kind of chicken and egg, because AI is supposed to solve that trust issue by being transparent. So let us embrace it. Of course, it's not going to be overnight, but let us help build that trust. So again, you're in the legislation, so you would play a critical role in having that AI policy framework, and that would be part of that.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so seeing no more hands from the floor, I think we can wrap up with a final round of statement by getting perspective from the government. Earlier, we heard the perspective from the private sector on the challenges and opportunities, but how do we think, what will it take actually to fast track our adoption of AI in the things that we do in government? So, DSG Maling, can you start very quickly to close it?
Very quickly, I'll go back to my statement earlier that we should engage the representatives actively. We cannot just be fence-sitters and wait for the final product of legislation. By engaging them actively, we give them instant feedback. We give them instant reactions. We give them things that probably they wouldn't encounter in the legislative meal. also by showing by advocating responsible use of AI, not only in the workplace but probably in our homes, we could be examples ourselves. And I personally think that change emanates from oneself. Whatever level of change you need, it's only you that can determine that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And quickly, Attorney Serrano.
So I think we should also talk about not just what's scary about AI. You know, we can approach it with a healthy dose of curiosity, and we can ignite that curiosity in our legislators and our policymakers by showing them what AI can do. In other countries, they can plant seedlings using AI. They can do reforestation using AI. They can predict and manage disasters. Prepare people for disasters using AI. So there are various uses for AI, and if legislators, government workers can appreciate this, then I think they will be more eager to adopt AI as part of our policies, and in the process, then they will have to also address the potential risks, because AI is not just changing your face into this simulation where you look like a teenager from years back. So it has a lot of other practical uses that can also help us in delivering better public services.
Thank you, Attorney. And finally, Dr. Ravago.
Yes, so AI is a tool. Use it as a tool. Some people are afraid of AI and other disruptive technologies because they think that AI will displace them. But if you do not embrace AI, then it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy that you will be displaced by those who embrace AI.
Thank you very much. And allow me to just quickly reiterate the important points from this discussion. Just 4 important points. First, we recognize that AI has a huge potential to change the way that we work, inform our policymakers, and improve the delivery of our government services to the public. And be mindful that it also poses a lot of risk. Second, we must remember, as has been said, AI is a friend. AI is a tool. AI can serve as our assistant and not totally replace the jobs that we are doing. Even more, help us enhance our capabilities rather than replace us for what we are doing. And by leveraging AI to complement our skills, we can achieve greater efficiency and innovation while preserving the essential role of human judgment and creativity. Third, the emergence of AI calls for need to develop the frameworks. This can be governance framework, legal framework that will allow us to be adaptive, responsive, and proactive to ensure that its benefits are optimized and risks are effectively managed in regulating AI. So finding the right balance between its potential and being, sabi nga ni sir, careful and cautious, vigilant about its negative implications. And finally, to maximize AI's advantages, we need to build our capacities for its responsible and accountable use and deepen our understanding of its limits and its public value. So thank you very much for our panelists, D.S. Jamaling, Attorney Serrano, and President Ravago for a very exciting discussion on our insights for this very jam-packed conference today. So I'll request everyone to please just stay on stage as I request our President to give again the certificates to our panelists, Attorney Serrano.
Our panel discussants, a warm round of applause. So, okay, so that's it for our full pack program. All this information can be overwhelming, but we hope that everyone has gained valuable insights from all these sessions. To formally close the program, may I once again call on stage DSG Maling for the closing remarks.
Director for Legislation, Attorney Charina Grace Serrano from the Senate of the Philippines. Deputy Secretary General Dr. Edgardo H. Pangilinan of the Administrative Department, House of Representatives. Vice President Imelda Caluen and President and CEO Dr. Maha Learabago from our partner academy. To our colleagues in public service and the development sector, friends from the academe and the private sector, to our CBILLS scholars, a pleasant and lovely afternoon to all of you. As we conclude this insightful conference, allow me to take this opportunity to thank everyone for attending this conference. Our theme for today's event, Reshaping the Future of Public Policy for Innovative Governance, has never been more relevant. We stand at a pivotal moment in history where a synergy of digital technologies and data is transforming how we govern, craft our policies, and serve the evolving needs of every Filipino. Throughout this conference, we have explored the transformative potential of data and technology in various contexts. Our first plenary on information governance, led by the PSA, underscored the need for reliable and secure data systems to foster efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability in policymaking and public service delivery. We have also seen in the presentation of our CBILLS scholars during the parallel sessions and reflect on how data can inform the analysis of complex issues from offshore gaming regulations to malnutrition. From this, we learned that sound data management is no longer optional. It is the very foundation upon which informed and inclusive policies must be built, implemented, and appraised. We now know that to govern effectively, we must first govern data. We've also delved into the opportunities of emerging technologies such as AI to digital transformation agenda and smarter legislation. Our speakers from the UBX and the ICT illustrated how emerging technologies can be leveraged to design responsive reforms and development efforts, and ultimately contribute to our national development agenda. Of course, we cannot forget the insightful lightning talks with our guests from UPRI, IRRI, NCase.ai, and IBM Philippines. These organizations showcase how we are pushing the envelope in our efforts to develop innovative solutions towards recurring policy problems. More importantly, I believe these cases underline the power of collaboration between the academe and the public and private sectors to navigate the rapidly evolving technology frontier. Lastly, we've heard from the PwC Philippines and the AAP a crucial caveat. The introduction of AI and digital technologies into governance also raises pressing concerns around ethics, security, and privacy. As we move forward, let us remember that responsible innovation in governance is not only about harnessing technology, but also about fostering participatory, and accountable processes. Beyond AI and technology, governance is fundamentally human endeavor, as reiterated in our last panel discussion with the Congress and the DAP. The role of leadership and ethical in personnel development in all this cannot be set aside. This conference was designed with you in mind, a platform not only for learning, but a call to action. Your presentations today were impressive, and we certainly look forward to what will come next. Congratulations to all. In closing, I would like to thank our resource speakers for helping us deliver this conference today. Your contribution made this event possible. And to our CBILLS scholars, colleagues, and friends, let us all challenge ourselves to transform today's insights into meaningful actions when we return to our workplace. Together, let us all remain committed to the shared goal of reshaping public policy to meet today's and future demands. Thank you very much. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests, resource persons, civil scholars, and colleagues from civil society organizations and the private sector for joining us on this momentous occasion. We also want to thank our Facebook Live and YouTube viewers for staying with us throughout the program. We've had a wonderful time discussing this topic with you today. With that, we would like to share a video showing this event's highlights.